without the mics. Have we started yet, Stuart? Okay. All right, everybody. I'd like to start out by recognizing how difficult it is to eat in an hour, or perhaps I should say eat and talk, because I'm sure that was probably the main impediment of the short lunch. So I know there's going to be a number of people still returning, but we should get things moving. And just so people know, we are also joined in Houston, Texas, by another meeting as well. So this afternoon panel here, which will have Kesha Rogers, who will be broadcasting from Texas. She has a meeting going there as well. So the interesting reality of the situation. So now, just briefly, what I would like to do is introduce the two representatives from the North America China Council, Dr. Jun Tan, and the president of the Seattle Russian American Youth Association chapter and the executive secretary of the Russian American Youth Association, who will just start out and say a few words about what their mission is. And then I'll be turning it over to Mike Stager from San Francisco, my fellow policy committee member and friend, and he will be navigating the afternoon panel, keeping everything in line. So we'll start out with the representatives of the Russian American Youth Association. Tim Yanovsky, is that good enough? Okay, and Misha Savatyev? Okay, close enough.
Thanks, Dave. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here with everyone here. And obviously, it's good to know that there's, it's not a lot of us here, but it's everyone here involved and everyone's here present is, more or less interested in world peace. Ultimately, that's why we're here, right? So it is an honor to be here, and we appreciate the Schiller Institute and LaRouche organization for inviting us and have us over as well, and being able to participate and be able to be part of this, and hopefully, ultimately, there's going to be a lot more of us that will desire, cooperation and partnership instead of confrontation. And so we're here with Misha. We're here representing the Russian American Youth Association of Seattle. We're not just Seattle located. We're Seattle based, but we have other chapters throughout the United States, and we're slowly expanding. We mostly include university students and other, young individuals, young businessmen, and successful other, from the former Soviet Union immigrate, and we're kind of consolidating ourselves in terms of, because in a way we're kind of stuck. Some people would say we're stuck, but we'd say we're blessed by being able to be in two worlds at the same time. So our home world of the former Soviet bloc and our new world, the United States of America, and so we do in terms represent both worlds, because we were brought over. A lot of us immigrated as children, brought over to the United States, and so this is our new home. This is our new home, and so. When we see and we notice conflicts emerging between the two worlds, the two world powers, what do you do? What do you choose? The world you come from, or the world you live in now? What's the right side? There is no right side, and so. We're honored to be part and to work and to consolidate and to associate with people that care and the people that want the world to move on from this old agenda of divide and conquer. We know that ultimately this approach to world policy making, world, if you can call it progress, that's not progress. That's a step back, because the system of divide and conquer will eventually outlive itself. It's a dead end. Correct. It has no potential for the human race. We all walk the same planet. We all breathe the same air. We have one home. We have one planet. We're failing to advance in terms of space and other technologies. If you look back to statements made 50, 60 years ago, people thought that by this year would be a spacefaring race. And unfortunately, when you take a look at their forecasts of the future and what we live in today, we don't have any flying cars, we don't have any spacefaring spaceships. We go around playing Pokemon Go. That's how far we've gone. That's all that we've managed to do and to accomplish, which ultimately is a failure. It is failure on behalf of not just a certain a national state, a certain group of people. It's a failure on the human existence in general. And so today, cooperation between world powers and nations it is unprecedentedly important, especially when this might be roughly said, but when the big boys up on top, they have failed to grow up. They still have the desire to play cowboys and Indians, and that's all you can say really is, guys, grow up. Life is not about war. Life's not about conflict. It's about progress. It's about unity. It's about partnership. And it's regardless of what language or what nationality you associate yourself with, it's about cooperation. It's about how well can you adjust and how well can you work together with others in order to achieve greater good for all human race. Also, on behalf of our association, our president wrote a letter. Can you pass my phone, please? If you guys don't mind, I'm going to read it right off my phone, because that's just the way we do things nowadays. And I promise you, I'm not going to play any Pokemon Go while I'm up here. So, so our president Sergey is currently in Moscow, and so he wasn't able to be here. But he's written us a little statement that I'd like to read to everyone real quick, if you allow me to. Okay. And so he's writing, "Dear ladies and gentlemen, friends and distinguished guests, thank you for finding the time to attend this strategic discussion, first and foremost on behalf of the Russian American Youth Association. I'd like to express gratitude to the Schiller Institute for systematic promotion of dialogue and intellectual exchange on issues of most profound significance to the development of the entire world and the international community. In making today's meeting a reality, RIA is proud to be a co-sponsor of this event. Though our role is remarkably minuscule to that of Dave and his colleagues. One of the major subjects of today's discussion is the Greater Eurasian Project and the potential role which the U.S. could play within it. The title of our seminar is Humanity at the Brink. The U.S. must join the Greater Eurasia Project. In sharing my thoughts on the subject, I will attempt to direct attention to the following three major questions. Why is humanity at the brink? What sort of thinking is behind the Greater Eurasian Project? What is the important role of the U.S. to get involved? Let's start with the first one. Why is humanity at the brink? Many experts and scholars today recognize that the world is undergoing a serious transformation where profound changes are occurring and affecting practically all areas of life. The neoliberal model of Western dominance has been exhausted, and the world's leading economies are looking for new sources of growth, hoping to capitalize on the rising potential of digital and industrial technologies, robotics, energy, biotechnology, medicine, and other fields. Competition is escalating in both traditional and emerging markets. In this evident reality, new markets, trade flows, and capital flows have to be built up. But these will only work if founded on trust and new levels of mutual respect and cooperation, rather than condescending one-way dictation. Thus, the guiding principle of development in the 21st century has to be exchange, where each nation is learning from the other. Here, the United States is lagging behind its Russian and Chinese partners in recognizing the respect for and understanding the concerns of every member in the international community, large or small, nearby or distant, with cultures ranging from the roughly familiar to the utterly alien, has to be demonstrated at the most expert and profound levels. Today's basic requirement for all countries, and especially for major powers, is to simply figure out where they are, to understand what is truly happening, and to overcome the thick fog of past assumptions, delusions, and invalidated beliefs until the outlines of new horizons and opportunities become clear. The scale and nature of problems that we as a global community now face suggests that they can only be solved in a collective fashion, with global powers leading the charge. Thinking about this brings me right to the next question. What is the Greater Eurasia Project? Well, in short, it is an attempt by the two of the world's major powers, Russia and China, to address the issue of unhealthy conflict-breeding competition by ushering in a new age of stability and progress through an unprecedented scale of integration on the Eurasian continent. The major premise behind the Great Eurasian Project is simply we can develop effectively only together by means of deep and flexible cooperation in a transparent integration environment that encourages healthy competition in scientific research and technological development, while establishing the basis for trans-regional infrastructural mega projects in which participating countries are able to fully employ their competence and potential. Real cooperation under the principles of physical economy instead of non-liberal colonization and exploitation is the formula to a peaceful and prosperous world. However, integration projects alone won't get us there. First and foremost, we must change our thinking. After all, before the right decisions can be administered with regards to trade, investment, technical regulation, customs administration, and the exchange of technologies, goods and services, the notion of American or any other kind of exceptionalism must be replaced with a clear understanding that no nation is neither better nor worse, neither superior nor inferior, but an equally dignified member of an interconnected global village. So why is it important for the U.S. to recognize this and get involved? One answer lies in a recent quote by the Russian President Vladimir Putin. While answering questions for the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum this past June, here's what he had to say. America is a great power. Today it is perhaps the only superpower. We accept this. We want to work with the United States, and we are prepared to. The world needs a powerful country like the United States, and so do we. He then went on to say that the only major problem of the U.S. is that it continuously interferes in the affairs of sovereign nations, with only own interests at heart, failing to recognize the fact that other players on the international arena have legitimate interests and concerns of their own. This unilateral approach only breeds destruction and hatred, undermining the U.S. ability to serve as a role model and truly lead rather than harass and force into submission. Indeed, the United States is in unique position. It is still the world's technological powerhouse and a major contributor to global research and innovation. Unfortunately, though, the continued pursuit of a new American century places this wonderful country at odds with global dynamics and trends, understanding international stability and security. Undermining international stability and security. Instead of accepting the new approaches and values of the emerging multipolar world order, Washington remains fixed to 20th century beliefs, perceiving new cooperation and integration among nations as a threat to own dominance in the world. Today, instead of engaging in confrontation with Russia and China, the United States must recognize the importance of working together with these and other great powers in finding solutions to the world's major socioeconomic and security problems. With a pragmatic approach in which the interests and concerns of other nations are adequately considered and addressed, the U.S. can maintain its leadership role in the world stage. Instead of perceiving the Greater Eurasia project as a threat to own interests, the U.S. should openly engage in dialogue with China and Russia over ways that North America and eventually the entire American continent can be connected with Eurasia by means of transportation networks, like the proposed Bering Strait tunnel, for instance. Developing a single world land bridge for the exchange of technologies, goods, and services. We at the Russian American Youth Association are dedicated to promoting exactly this kind of progressive thinking and approach among the next generation of leaders in both countries. We are optimistic and confident that despite the existing tensions in relations, differences will be overcome and a common approach to sustainable global development agreed upon. However, we also recognize that this can only happen if all of us, active and responsible citizens, don't sit quietly on the sidelines but are involved in these discussions, just as we are today. After all, our future and the future of the generations to come depends on it. Thanks for listening, Sergi. I'm also going to invite Michael here, our Seattle chapter president, to also say a couple words. And once again, thanks a lot for listening. And I hope this is not our last meeting. I hope we have plenty to come. And I hope that we have a bigger amount of people wanting to get involved and make our voice heard, basically. Thanks a lot, and you guys have a great day.
Thank you, Tim. And I'd just like to briefly wrap up and say that as an organization that works with younger people, mostly college students from a variety of backgrounds, some from the Russian-speaking world and some from the local community that are interested in either the geopolitical situation or the culture of the Russian-speaking area. We definitely see a lot of perspectives, and as an organization, we would like nothing more than to see a lot more collaboration between our two nations and other world powers that should have a say in how the world operates. We definitely would love to see more collaboration because the big powers of the world have so many common interests. We all want to defeat terrorism. We all want to defeat world hunger. There are so many issues that are facing humanity, as Tim mentioned, that we should be dealing with as a unified people, as opposed to trying to put hurdles for each other to try to, win some little political games that are, very nation-based and don't get us anywhere. So I'd like to thank you all for listening, and definitely we're hoping for a lot more cooperation in the future. Thank you.
Next is Dr. Jun Tan from the North America-China Council, the Vice President of the Education Policy, is that right? Yeah. So we'll have a few words from him, and then I'm going to turn it over to Michael. So thank you, John. Actually, real quick, I'd just like to say I've appreciated working with Diana Wu of the North America-China Council as well. We collaborated on earlier this February, a Global Chinatown Summit, where we brought the Silk Road question to the table at that presentation. So again, thank you, Dr. Jun Tan.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I just really like hear what our Russian friend Tim and Michael what they said. Yeah, actually, when my foreign language in middle school and high school is Russian, so I can see their speech is хорошо, right? Very good. Yeah, you start. Right? Yeah. Okay. So I just briefly introduced our organization, North America China Council, and we have formed this diverse platform to promote a great understanding and collaboration between China and North America. But of course, now we just try to open more area. Yeah. So we promote the trust and also the resource opportunity to everyone interested in the collaboration in the culture and in the trading and in technology and yeah, just basically it's everything we can collaborate between China and North America. And I think just echoing what our Russian friend said, the country before my own experience, before I moved to North America, United States, right? I come here at year 28, and the half of when I live in China is during the cultural revolution. If everybody know that at that time the China door is closed, right? But after 1978, the China door opened. So I experienced both closed door and open door area, and of course the open door is much better. Yeah, so between the collaboration, and it's really brought a lot of peace and prosperity. And especially now we talk about the new Silk Road, right? In 2,000 years ago, China built Silk Road with a lot of the different country, and at that time, it's a big through the trading, really brought a lot of prosperity to all those countries. So I think now we everybody in this meeting, we want to the open door, build a new Silk Road, so we can bring the really just Tim and Michael said, bring the peace and the prosperity to all the countries. So every country just we just collaborate to each other, has win-win this situation. Yeah. Okay, so I just thought this. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you both, or thank you all three, in both organizations for co-sponsoring the event today. My name is Michael Steger. I'm a colleague of Dave's, as he mentioned, from San Francisco, and again, welcome to the discussion today. So for our afternoon, we have a panel, The Science Policy of the New Paradigm, and I'd say we have actually a broad perspective of people involved in a colleague of Dave and I, Kesha Rogers, speaking from Houston, who's led a revival of the manned space program in the United States. And then we have a number of other guest speakers speaking with us today. Mr. Jack Liu, who is currently employed by Boeing, and he's also the president of the Society of Chinese American Aerospace Engineers, which can expect probably an increasing role in world policy in the short term ahead. Then Dr. Ahmed Hussein, who has been involved in generating a fourth generation nuclear power reactor design, and he's a professor emeritus at University of Northern British Columbia. And then following the discussion will be probably a critical aspect to this from the Alfred Herrhausen and Alexander Hamilton tradition is Mr. Jesse Tam, who's been in finance and banking for 30 years, developing a banking platform within the Pacific Rim. So that's going to fill out the discussion today. So I'm going to leave my comments. We have a full discussion, I think, and hopefully we have plenty of time for discussion and questions and answers afterwards. So if Houston, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, let's get our video. Okay, we're all set, Kesha. So this is our colleague Kesha Rogers speaking from Houston, Texas, and Kesha, I'll let you take it away.
Okay, thank you very much, Michael. I want to thank Dave for inviting me to participate in this seminar today, and I will keep my brief introductions short here so that we can have more dialogue from the entire panel. And I'd like to also thank the other sponsors of this very timely and important seminar. Now, let me just start by saying that if many of you in the room there heard the discussion and the presentation given by Mrs. Helga Zepp-LaRouche and Mr. LaRouche, and I think that that very well situates what I'd like to discuss here today to start the panel discussion off. As Mrs. LaRouche called for in her remarks, we have to move forward to an approach, a different approach to global politics, to put an end to the casino economy and to bring about a new paradigm based on the productive powers of the human mind. And I think that that is going to be the basis of the starting of my presentation here today. What I'd like to start with is that what we have seen thus far and in the discussions that have been put forth by Mrs. and Mr. LaRouche is that we have now taken together a new paradigm for mankind. That is the direction that we're moving forward with. Everything stated here today starts with the unique creative capability of the human mind. And as Mr. LaRouche has recently called for, again, the implementation of what he put forward 2 years ago called the 4 laws needed to save the United States. Not an option, but an immediate necessity. Now, these 4 laws are critical to understand the type of economic breakthrough that is necessary to do away with the casino economy and to bring forth a new paradigm for mankind. These 4 laws are essential for bringing forth this new paradigm, and I'd like, here we are here, we have a slide just to give people a sense of the principle in which it's represented and what Mr. LaRouche is calling for. Now, these are not just legislative acts here to be passed through Congress, but we're talking about a transformation in the identity of the human species on and off the planet. As we see, number 1, Glass-Steagall, the immediate reenactment of Glass-Steagall law should be instituted by U.S. President Franklin Roosevelt without modification as to principle or action. Number 2, a return to a system of top-down and thoroughly defined as national banking. And this is actually, let me just say that these 4 laws are very well defined in Mr. LaRouche's paper that he put out called the 4 laws needed to save the U.S. now. Number 3, the development of a federal credit system to generate high productivity trends, to improvements of employment, to increase the physical economic productivity and the standard of living of the persons and households of the United States. And number 4, fusion energy, the adoption of a fusion driver crash program. The essential distinction of man from all lower forms of life, hence in practice, that is, presents the means for the perfection of the specifically affirmative aims, and needs of the human individual and social life. Now, these 4 laws that Mr. LaRouche has laid out represent the pathway for the escalating to pathway out of the escalating global financial crisis and economic breakdown. We must return to an economic outlook of its specific intent of the original U.S. Constitution as specified by Alexander Hamilton. And that is the basis for the direction that the United States must take up now, along with collaboration with leading nations around the world, to reflect once again the outlook of the United States that was demonstrated by Presidents John F. Kennedy, Franklin Roosevelt, and going back to the outlook of our original founders of our Constitution of the United States, the outlook which every nation was inspired by, the idea of economic development, not just for the progress of one nation, but for the progress of all nations. Now, the new paradigm that must be brought about most immediately starts with a return to a real economic value, which rejects the anti-human, anti-science, Malthusian zero growth culture. And Mrs. LaRouche earlier spoke about what that culture looks like today, as we're seeing an escalation in the degeneracy of our society, an escalation of war, of the video game culture that's driving people to murder and killing. And this is the culture of degeneracy that we must rid our society of immediately. And we must end the cultural degeneracy and economic collapse and implement, as LaRouche calls for, a new conception of progress for mankind based on his 4th law, which is a crash course fusion science driver program. Now, the 4th law, as emphasized by Mr. Lyndon LaRouche, has been an integral part of my campaign for U.S. Congress here in the United States, speaking to you from Space City, Houston, Texas, and has been the basis of my fight since 2010 to revive the U.S. space program. Now, the attack coming from the United States on our space program and the attack on U.S. collaboration in the necessary work with other nations, vital work in collaboration with other nations such as Russia and China, have been the most clearly expressed through the destructive policies of the current Obama presidency to move ultimately to the shutdown of our manned space program, and has been exemplified by the elimination of what was known as the Constellation program in 2010. And it was this program, the Constellation program, that many must know, that was a program that had been established as part of a mission to return to the moon, including the development of permanent bases of operation for space travel from low Earth orbit to the moon and other planetary bodies, such as Mars. It has also been the egregious cuts to the fusion energy research, which has been the intended policy of to keep society at a backward state and to promote a system of zero growth and bestialization of the human society. Now, the basis of this fusion economy, Mr. LaRouche lays out in his policy document. He says, quote, "A fusion economy is the presently urgent next step and standard for man's gain of power within the solar system and later beyond." It is the case that a fusion economy, a fusion driver crash program, as Mr. LaRouche has called for, must be the basis for a space program which would be the most important and efficient science driver program to develop the physical economy and the productive potentials of a nation. And I think that I would characterize this as another key principle of the win-win cooperation of an expanded polyglobal Silk Road development plan. And we're not just talking about the development of one planet and collaboration on this planet, but we're talking about development and collaboration throughout our solar system. And this idea of a polyglobal development and cooperation later comes from the unique characteristics of a great German space pioneer that Mr. LaRouche referenced earlier by the name of Krafft Ehricke. Now, the development of space travel and the colonization is the expression of a healthy human culture, which rejects this zero-growth society, which confines humans to one planet. It is a state of, in a state of so-called limited existence. The revival of a national mission of our space program in collaboration with leading nations around the world, most emphatically, as said, Russia and China, would lay the basis for a new paradigm for the progress of mankind on and off the planet. It would lay the basis for the development of a highly skilled, productive work, which would produce net returns to not merely monetary value and accounting, but an increase in the productive powers of the human mind. Now, let me just, if you would put up the Russia-China space centers. So recently there has been quite a bit of collaboration going on between Russia and China and their space centers and programs, as well as the, as Mrs. LaRouche mentioned earlier, the ESA, European Space Agency. As you see, the two dots represented here are the Russian and Chinese spaceports that are being developed and set to be developed by 2018. The Russian spaceport there is the Voskosny Cosmodrome in the Russian Far East, and the Wenchang Satellite Launch Center in China. Now, there have been recent meetings that have taken place amongst leaders, particularly of Russia and China and the European Space Station, that have expressed the type of collaboration needed to put an end to the escalating war drive and to bring about the type of cooperation of peaceful development required for all human beings. China has continued to raise the bar in their commitment to space development. Now, during a meeting on July 12th with China's Vice Premier of the State Council, Wang Yang, and Russian Deputy Prime Minister Rogozin in Yekaterinburg, the two countries' leaders discussed cooperation in the nuclear sphere and cooperation in the issues of interaction between their agencies, where there are such large projects as deliveries of rocket engines and cooperation in navigation systems. During this meeting, Russian Deputy Prime Minister Rogozin stressed, quote, we're developing an understanding of the rocket space industry for possible interaction in such profound and technological complex projects as the future exploration of the Moon, Mars, and piloted cosmonautics, end quote. Mr. Rogozin also goes on to say, quote, this collaboration would be of a purely peaceful civilian nature and would benefit the entire humankind rather than only the particular states. It was also shown by the head of the European Space Agency, Johann Dietrich Werner, in the necessary cooperation with China, despite what we're seeing coming from the United States in the prohibition of the United States to work with China. And I think this is very important because people are recognizing that it's imperative that the United States break with the current policy coming from the U.S. Congress under FBI-controlled operatives such as Congressman Culberson here in the United States, who has continued the legislation and policy that the U.S. Cannot work with China, as was set forth by the prior Congressman Frank Wolf from Virginia. Anyone who pushes such a policy, I believe, should be completely removed from office, because this is detrimental to the progress and a win-win cooperation for society. Now, Mr. Werner said in his remarks regarding the likely decommissioning of the International Space Station in 2024, and with China's plans to have a multi-module space station in orbit by 2020, he says, we should really not close the door on cooperation with China, and that they are also still open for joint activities, end quote. So just to show quickly here, let's show the China. This is the Chinese space station, which is scheduled to have 3 Chinese modules and docking ports for additional laboratories that can be contributed by other nations. Titling there might be we'll have this available for people later. Also, that can be contributed by other nations, and other countries will be invited to send their own astronauts to the space station as well. So this is quite a remarkable development coming from China, which, as said, we in the United States should be collaborating and participating in, as many nations know the vital importance of this, especially coming from, as I just said, the ESA, European Space Agency Director. Now, these meetings in calling for collaboration amongst nations is the expression of a truly human culture. This type of collaboration among nations paves the way for a new paradigm needed to free mankind from the current state of bestiality. From this standpoint, the space program should not be looked at should not be seen as merely a sector of the economy that you can choose to fund or not fund. It must be seen as a leading and cutting edge of the future of mankind. And this is what we're talking about. Mr. LaRouche's policy for developing a fusion economy has to start with the space program as the vital economic driver for that. And it starts with the creative potential of the human mind that is first and foremost the most essential basis for a human economy. And we're talking about the saving and development of a human economy, not a casino banking economy. And this is exactly what leaders such as Alexander Hamilton, our first Treasury Secretary, understood would be the basis for the development of our society. What we're discussing here is a space era, which has to emerge in the way that Mr. LaRouche and collaborator German space pioneer, American space pioneer Krafft Ehricke expressed over many decades in much of their policies and works. Mr. LaRouche continues to recognize today, just as Krafft Ehricke did prior to his untimely death in 1984, that the space program is an opening to a new renaissance. Krafft Ehricke saw the space program as expressing the potential of the human mind and the moral law within mankind that would enable man to open the age of reason. And I think that that's where we are today. We must now restore an age of reason to rid ourselves from this war drive, from this policy of extinction, from this policy of bestiality, and to embrace the true identity of mankind as a human species, to reject this current trend that we have witnessed civilization going down for quite some time. Now, Krafft Ehricke also was aware of the transformation of the human economy through a fusion driver program, as Mr. LaRouche has called for. He knew that this was the basis for an efficient space travel and colonization. And he makes this very clear in the statement that he, and his development for a moon colonization policy and for the development of space travel. He says, quote, "The universe is run by nuclear energy. Space will be conquered only by manned nuclear-powered vehicles." And as we see here, this is a depiction of a nuclear transport freighter, and that was designed by Krafft Ehricke to be used between the Earth, Moon, and Mars in low Earth orbit, and development of the area between the Earth and the Moon, and to actually be able to carry essential materials and resources needed back and forth from these areas. Now, this is something that Mr. LaRouche also develops very profoundly in his works on the development of a space program for a Moon-Mars colonization program, which I detail more in recent writings that I've done for the Executive Intelligence Review, and I would encourage people to take the opportunity to read those. Let me just say that the essential need for a fusion energy crash program is to reach mankind's fully creative human potential. This is the driver toward an economic platform necessary for rejecting the anti-human and false doctrine that confines mankind to so-called limited resources, confined to one small planet. It was in an earlier paper some time ago that Mr. LaRouche, I think it was back in 2006, wrote an introduction to a paper titled The Isotope Economy. And I thought that it really captured in this brief quote that I'm going to read here the idea that mankind is unlike the limits to growth of Forrester and Meadows' idea of mankind being subjected to the limitations of resources on one small planet. Mr. LaRouche saw very differently. He stated, quote, "The accelerating rate at which mankind is exhausting minerals and related resources of our planet's biosphere demands that we turn to a new dimension of approaches to using and replenishing the relevant deposits, such as potable water and other minerals in the Earth's biosphere. The effort to regulate the use of what is assumed to be a fixed stock of essential so-called natural resources is a false and now dangerous doctrine. Instead of viewing the relevant resources of the planet as if they were a fixed totality, we must now assume responsibility of man's creating the new resources which will be more than adequate to sustain a growing world population at a constantly improved standard of physical per capita output and personal consumption, end quote. Now, both Mr. LaRouche and Krafft Ehricke recognize that the space program as representing the next step in the natural evolution of the human species. And that's what you can gather from the quote that I just read from Mr. LaRouche. Krafft Ehricke once said that you come to understand that Earth and a closed world of one planet, that Earth and world are no longer synonymous. We no longer live in a closed world of one planet inside a womb of a biosphere. Our world is no more closed than it is flat, end quote. So I think that really gives us a sense of the fact that we are nothing like the neo-Malthusians and those who try to put limitations on mankind. The only limitations that are put on mankind, as Krafft Ehricke said, are those that we pose on ourselves. So Krafft Ehricke also makes clear that our world is an open space, and its resources are potentially limitless. Therefore, I would say that it is the human mind which unlocks those unlimited resources of our universe. And I think Mr. LaRouche stated this very clearly earlier as he expressed the importance of the mind of an Einstein, the human mind of fostering genius, in the quality of it fostering genius in your society is crucial to making the breakthroughs necessary for making sure that we actually have the resources and we have the potential for increasing the productive powers of mankind on and off the planet. So now this brings me to, I will go ahead and start my closing here. I have a picture here of Selenopolis. So this is an artist's depiction of a city on the moon, which was done by Krafft Ehricke, which he would name a city called Selenopolis. This city, like cities on Earth, would embody the cultural accomplishments of civilization, accommodating millions of citizens who would engage in scientific research, in the exploration and creation and development of industry and agriculture, and self-sufficiency needed for development and trade amongst interplanetary development and trade. So this Selenopolis, the city as you see here, would, and this is the first one here on the top, is the inside view. The one with the domes at the bottom there is an outside view of the city. And the inside view, what you have is, it consists of a hall of astronauts, which you'll see up top. I guess from my side it would be the top left there. And you have the elevated monorail going around the city for transport around the city, an ice skating rink, and in the dome rear lip, you can see this. It provides storage and supplies and houses life support and life support systems. The dome in the center rear is the entrance to the tropical habitat sector of Selenopolis. Now, I'll just say quickly that the outside view that we see here is flanked by fusion-powered plants that are centered around under construction there, and transport systems. So, but why is this view so important? Because it captures the imagination. As said earlier, I think it was very important what the representative of the Russian Youth Council said, that what happened to the imagination of society when everybody knew at a certain point that we were moving in a trajectory toward the increase in our potential in space development, and we've lost that. Just imagine the cooperation that we would have. No wars, no differences among nations, among human beings, not killing. And you would actually have a society that will be cooperating amongst the greatest scientific projects. It was Krafft Ehricke's understanding that the expansion of space was to be understood and approached as world development, as positive, peaceful, growth-oriented, micro-sociological project whose goal is to ultimately release humanity from its present parasitic and embryonic bondage to the biospheric, in the biospheric womb of one planet. This will demand immense human creativity, courage, and maturity, end quote. So he says, as the young man said earlier, that it's time that we grow up as a society. Now, I like the fact that Krafft Ehricke equates this building of a city on the moon to the giant cathedrals of the Middle Ages. He says, like the giant cathedrals of the Middle Ages, Selenopolis will be the work of many generations. And I think that's very important because we have lost a connection to our future, which must be brought forth once again. Those individuals for many generations who were building up those great cathedrals, which still stand tall today, that those individuals who risked their lives in building these cathedrals were not building them for their own monetary gain or gratification or something that they can say that they would witness in their lifetime. But they were doing it for the generations to come, for their children, for their grandchildren. And they were very much less concerned about the personal gains. We don't really have that in our society right now. Most people act for their own personal gratification and benefits. And that's what we have to change. That is, once we change that and we start to look at what is going to be the future for our children, our grandchildren, and those not yet born, then we can come to realize the responsibility that we have to peacefully work together as nations, because it's not about political gains, it's about the future of our nation. Now, the program that Mr. LaRouche has laid out is the required measure for transcending mankind into this truly polyglobal world. To define a new international economic platform that establishes peaceful cooperation among nations and puts an end to the endless drive for war and extermination of the human species, which will set human progress behind for some time to come. The policy of cooperation, which the United States must choose now to participate in, is being led by China in its course to develop a spacecraft for landing on the far side of the moon, which represents a total shift in the unlimited potential for progress of mankind. And I won't go through this right now, but these are the stages that we have seen since about 2010, when the United States started, or a little bit earlier, started shutting down our manned space program. China has been rapidly progressing in their development of their space program. And as we heard earlier, this is going to be crucial for the collaboration and for with other nations, and for other nations to join with them in these great projects. So I did want to end with the fact that in a recent discussion that was laid out in a lunar exploration program, the Human and Robotic Exploration Director of the European Space Agency, Mr. David Parker, explained that, quote, Apollo, which many of us remember, only visited the equatorial regions, which we knew nothing about water being in the deep shadow crevices of the lunar South Pole, as we have recently started to explore and find. It says, quote, "The moon is like a museum of 4.5 billion years of solar system history. So far, we've basically only been to the gift shop in the entrance hall. We've not really explored the exciting places," end quote. So I think that that's a challenge. We have to explore the exciting places of the moon and beyond, and make this our responsibility for the required development of mankind, that we have a unique responsibility to those future generations that are counting on us to grow up and to enter into the age of reason. So thank you very much, David, Michael, and all of those joining.
Good. Thank you, Kesha. I think that was, in addition to the short comments from our co-sponsors of the event, which situated a certain shared endeavor, I think by the United States, Russia, China, and our colleagues also in Canada, we've got the major nations of the Pacific, Northern Pacific here, participating. And there's a shared endeavor politically in that direction, which is, of course, to end the potential conflicts and go towards a sense of world peace. What I think we just saw from Kesha was a comprehensive perspective on how that can be achieved, because it's one thing to know where you want to go, it's another question to know how you're going to get there. Now, I think what we have coming up The next three presenters are more specific aspects of this very important pathway towards this collaboration of the great nations. So I'd like to invite Dr. Jack Liu, who is currently with Boeing, but also the president of the Chinese American Aerospace Engineers. And so please give him a warm welcome, Dr. Jack Liu.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Thank you for the introduction. Yes, my name is Jack Liu. Yes, today I'm going to talk about aviation future across the new Silk Road, One Belt, One Road region. Next page, please. So, New Silk Road, One Belt, One Road, mainly comprised of the land-based Silk Road economic belt, maritime Silk Road of 21st century, and the 6 proposed economic corridors. Next page. Yeah, here, this is a Silk Road, New Silk Road, and then they consist of 6 corridors and also maritime 21st century Silk Road. Next page, please. So the One Belt, One Road initiative, the air transportation is often the most cost-effective option for the desert and mountains, because on that Silk Road, lots of deserts and mountains. And also this initiative will help further expand cooperation between Chinese European aviation markets, create many opportunities for business travel and outbound tourism. Next page, please. The aviation refers to manned or unmanned aircraft activity in the atmosphere. Here, under 100 kilometer, this is above the sea level, is a aircraft we call airspace. Beyond that is we call space. Next page, please. You can see this is a desert and mountain along the New Silk Road. So they can build road here, but they couldn't build here. So basically, aviation can help. You know, they can fly from here to here. If we drive car can fly, we call flying cars. Next page, please. This is one mountain. 30 years ago, I was traveling, leading college students to visit factory. This mountain they call Qinling Mountain. We took the train, took over one night from here to over the mountain. So take a long time, like one night. That was 30 years ago. But nowadays you can fly like within an hour. Next page, please. There's another example. You can see the railway and the road. They are constrained by the mountains. But if you have aviation, you have aircraft, can flying car or any other aviation aircraft, you can fly easily across and then make shortcut here, for example. Next page, please. This shows some roads of this new Silk Road. You see lots of desert and mountain. Next page, please. This is a new Silk Road. You can see this is a real time recorded just a few days ago. You see the commercial airplane flying over the sky. This is Europe. This is China. And then, but you see here, not many flights. So there's an opportunity for the air transportation in this area. So there's a big need. Next page, please. So this is a focus in. You see there's not many airplanes flying over that region, including commercial and general aviation, small airplanes. Next page. This focus another picture. Next page, please. So there are definitely needs for air transportation in the One Belt, One Road region. So Chinese air transportation initiative also started a few years ago, and then on August 26th this year, they are going to hold an international general aviation conference in this city, Zhangyi City, and then Gansu province, to promote One Belt, One Road aviation development. And also in the past 2 years, there's 193 Chinese civil aviation construction projects, but 51 it's a strategic project, totally 32 billion directly serve the One Belt, One Road initiative. So here they built 15 new airports, upgrade 22 airports tied to this One Belt, One Road region in the past 2 years. So Chinese side already working on. Next page, please. So what is the aviation future across this One Belt, One Road region? That's I'm going to talk about next. Next page, please. So after I did some research study, I found out basically there are 3 of them. It's most attractive project. One is flying cars. Like I said, you can drive most time, and then you can fly for the cutting short, or there's a road problem block, you can fly, and also airship, cruise liners. This is another one, and small business jets. Here we're talking about vertical takeoff and landing. Of course, commercial airplane, Chinese side already working on. Hainan airline already working on with other country airline, try to open up a route in that area. Next page, please. So flying car, for the short distance, for example, few hundred miles, under 1,000 miles, if you drive flying car, that's have a most advantage and flexibility. You can drive on the road most time, and then you can fly as needed. This is one. This is the same company. This one already certified by FAA. This one is in the research and development. You can see this is flying. This is Air Mobile, another one. These 2 already certified by FAA. So you can purchase, I think, about $200,000, something like that. Next page, please. So here, flying cars, it's a $1 billion market size and the opportunity to develop practical flying cars. Right now, the flying car certified this one, and this Air Mobile, and these 2 certified by FAA. They have to have an airport to take off and landing, or at least they need a strip open area to take off and landing. But these 2, this is a real, it's developing these flying cars. This one is a Massachusetts-based 5 MIT graduates founded the company. They design vertical landing, takeoff flying cars. This is more practical. Next page, please. Which one is the Boeing? Boeing hasn't working one. I talked to the VPs. They are thinking about it. These flying cars, they call TF-X. You can see they can fly 500 miles, and the cruise speed 200 miles per hour, so pretty good, faster, than driving a car, and using gasoline, and also they can park in your garage, so they can park in the parking lot, so no problem. Take off, basically they need a run space about 100 feet in diameter. Gas mileage. Gas mileage, oh, I don't have that number, but pretty good because they're using a gas engine, so similar to automobile engine. And right now, you just require to have standard U.S. driver license to drive. So this project is pretty good. So you don't need to have a pilot license. Yeah. So okay, next page, please. Yeah, that's right. You maybe need to buy a big insurance, but it's okay. They have a they call autopilot. It's automatic fly, so you don't need to worry about. And then they can. Yeah, they have a GPS. And next, I like to talk about another project. Maybe it's very attractive to this One Belt One Road region. It's called Airship Cruise Liner. Next page, please. So this is a one small size, like a 25 people tourist, like an airship, and they can be using it for good transportation, because this compared in that region it's hard, right? So you can vertical takeoff, landing, so it's very convenient. Of course, in terms of different height, they have a different purpose of this airship. Next page, please. Everybody, I think most of us have a cruise experience, right? Go to Alaska. I did a few times, but you only can see front, side, and then sky. But if you have a airship cruise liner like this is a proposal. You can see this is a Emperor building on the from top view, the Emperor building in New York in the evening. It's beautiful, right? Next page, please. So one British company already built one. They call Airliner 10. Only accommodate can carry like 50 passengers, and this one the real flying. And then right now they're working on can carry 250 passengers. So that's why I think the technology is there. So we can build airship cruise liner pretty soon if somebody want to. This is also $1 billion tourist industry, right? And this is very good for the new Silk Road. If you want to see it, have tourism, stay there for 1 week, 2 weeks, right? See all of them. So this is another one. I think it's have a very good future project. Yeah, free and there. Next page, please. Frozen. What's going on? We got technology problem. Too advanced. Yeah. Okay, now the last one I want to talk about small business jet. Next page, please. Yeah, small business jets. You can see traditionally small business jet, like this one, 7-seater Saras. It's in a certification process. But this one, Cessna 680A, this one last year they got a certification, so they are selling right now. But they need an airport to take off and landing. But what I'm focused on is for this One Belt One Road, I think vertical takeoff landing business jet. They don't need the airport, they don't need a road. As long as you have space, you can take off and landing. Next page, please. And here I have a close view of this vertical takeoff business jets. Basically can seat 6 people, and they can vertical takeoff landing. This is a company called XTI Aircraft, Denver-based, Colorado-based startup. They are building this. Next page, please. So you can see here some specifications. They call Trifan 600. They can maximum cruise speed is 400 miles per hour, much faster. And also the altitude, the cruise altitude can be 30,000 feet, same as a commercial airplane. Yeah, so this it's a very good project, and then one day pretty soon we can using this type of aircraft to transfer. And this can be the price. It's few. I think it's about $2 million or something like that. Yeah, fly-by-wire. Basically, it's because of fly-by-wire. Before we're using cables. When pilot pull the column, and then it's all cable connect to the rudder, elevator, flaps, spoiler, they move by mechanical cables. But because the fly-by-wire means by electronic signals, because of that, so they can, nowadays, why we're talking about flying cars and this vertical takeoff, because vertical takeoff, all the technology we rely on the fly-by-wire. So they have a automatic control, automatic pilot. So you don't need to man to interrupt. When they encounter any situation, the computer inside there already can take care. The pilot, they don't need to worry. Without this fly-by-wire technology, it's hard because the stability of all other flying issues. That's right, electronics driving. Basically, computer, inside they have a computer, they have programs. You don't need to worry anything. You just tell from here, you fly to there, and then they will take care of everything. So, of course, you can interrupt. You can stop, and then you can drive by yourself. Or fly. Manual or auto. Yeah. Okay, next page, please. Yeah. This market, Honeywell predict next 10 years, they're talking about 9,200 business jets they need, and about $270 billion market size. So last year, they only in the business jet market, they sold 718 airplanes, total about $22 billion. So you can see, so they predict forecast, so look like it's 1,000 business jets per year. So the vertical takeoff landing, this business jets, especially in this zone, is very benefit from. Of course, in here too, in US, we do need a vertical takeoff landing too. Next page, please. So, so I think the aviation future across that region, basically, it's flying cars, vertical landing, takeoff, and then airship, cruise liner, plus vertical takeoff, landing, small business jets. Next page, please. Yeah, here basically show the pictures, and the main thing, besides the commercial, they already have airplanes. They just need a, negotiate between country and then open new route. Next page, please. So the One Belt, One Road presents opportunity for us too, for US. The One Belt, One Road played a role in connecting trade relations between China and the rest of the world. Also presents opportunity for US because we can connect our trade relationship between US and the country across that region. So because we have a cutting edge technology, we have a competitive, practical aviation product. Like this too, it's all US based company developing. So we have a talent people here, we have technology. This one in California also, there's a company was working on. So that's why I think this is an opportunity for US to open a business. Selling the product or join this One Belt, One Road initiative. Next page, please. The airspace consists of airspace aircraft under 100 kilometers, but also spacecraft above 100 kilometers to space until to the observed. We can observe the universe edge. The NASA already using several telescope to define the universe edges already. So spacecraft refer to manned or unmanned vehicle or machine designed to fly in outer space. Next page, please. Right now, some 20 space probes are operating as of July 2015. This is Earth, this is Sun. We have about 20 space probes. It's operating in the space. Next page, please. So space exploration is also very important because not only humanity curiosity, but important for the future of Earth, but also their country's strategic significance. Because of this, you can see Russia, China, India, Japan, all the other countries try to enter this space exploration area. So the spacecraft development becoming a top priority of a country nowadays. So given the present tension among the countries in the sea and the land, it could extend the tension to the space if we don't do something. So now you can see in the space China, Russia, US, Europe, and Japan, other countries, they all try to get into that area. Next page, please. So the dialogue, forum, treaty, and collaborations in space exploration can minimize, resolve those tensions. I think cooperation in the International Exploration Program is the best use of mankind technology and the resources. It could also reduce the conflict and tension in space exploration. You can see that right now. This is from NASA. There are debris orbit. You see the space, we have so many debris around the Earth. So we don't cooperate, we don't work together. I think we will be mess. Yeah, that's end of my presentation. Thank you.
All right, well, that was exciting. I think Krafft Ehricke would approve. The conceptions are obviously very consistent with his direction of thought with Selenopolis. I'm sure Dr. Liu can come back at next conference and discuss what kind of manned spacecraft we can use on the Moon and on Mars. So, and that I'd like to introduce the next speaker. I think he's been a collaborator of ours for some time, Dr. Ahmed Hussein. As I said, he has a background in nuclear engineering, and he is going to, I think, resolve the big question many people might be asking: can you take 1 billion people out of poverty using solar power? So something to that degree. I think he'll have some fun. So let me introduce Dr. Ahmed Hussein.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for the invitation. I'm going to talk about the One Belt, One Road initiative proposed by China a few years ago. What I'm going to concentrate on today is the use of trains in that initiative. The idea here is to actually try to show you how important the energy issues is, because I'm really actually amazed at proposals coming in for new projects, and all talked about money. How much it's going to cost? How much it's going to cost? Money is not important because money can be generated, but energy cannot. The issue of energy is a very, very important one, and it is very fundamental for the development of humankind, is the use and the type of energy we use to survive. So this is a very important issue, and I hope I will give you the message here. So what I did was take a scenario for a train in the One Belt, One Road initiative, and calculate how much energy that train will require, and to show you that this is not a trivial issue. And the development of that initiative had to be accompanied with a development of a proper energy source for it. This is very, very important. The initiative itself is excellent. It's going to do lots to develop the different areas around the world, and it should be pursued, but at the same time, we have to be prepared for the proper energy source for it. Before we start, I was amazed to find out that out of all the information available on the internet about the initiative, I found one on a very strange place, the World Bank. There is a blog on the World Bank talking about the initiative in a very, very positive way. I was actually surprised about this, and I thought to share it with you. I'm not going to read because it's quite a bit, but I'm going to just show it to you to have an idea about a blog and the World Bank sayings about the initiative. So here it is. This is the initial Silk Road announced by China in 2013. The road will start from here, go all the way to Venice in Italy, and then the maritime one goes this way. So I'm taking a hypothetical case of a train running from here all the way to here. How much energy that will take. So just I'll show you first what the World Bank was saying about it. I'm not going to read this. I'm sorry, somehow there is a mismatch between the computer and the projector. So there is something being cut off here. The next one, they explained what the initiative is, the belt and the road. And then after that, they talked about how big that initiative is. It is actually big. So it has 65 countries. This is the initial one. 4.4 billion people. 40% of the GDP of the world is part of that. And the initial fund is 40 billion and contribution from other sources. So it also talks about the fact that this is going beyond infrastructure. It goes beyond the infrastructure in terms of developing the areas where the Silk Road is going through. It's not just building trains and roads. It's also developing the areas around it, around that belt. Now, this is the case here I'm going to talk about. So starting from here to here, 2,500 kilometers. From here to Istanbul, 4,700. Sorry, I can't pronounce the names here, so excuse my Chinese. So from here to Istanbul is 4,700. Istanbul to Moscow, 2,000. Moscow to Venice is 2,500. Total distance 11,900, about 12,000 kilometers. So let's take a case. The train. What will be the train should look like? It will be probably a passenger train, freight, and mix between the two. Next is it must be a high-speed train. Right now, high-speed trains have been developed around the world, particularly the countries that actually have gone in fantastic developments in high-speed trains are Japan and in China, where trains actually in tests reached in some cases 600 kilometers per hour. However, this is a test and the maximum, but the real speed on the actual line is much less than that. But there are trains that actually can run between 200 and 300 kilometers per hour that are actually operational right now. So a train for the Silk Road should be somewhere between 200 kilometers per hour and 400 kilometers per hour. Anything less than that will actually take too long to travel. The train must be electric. We cannot have a train running at that high speed for this long distances using anything else but electricity. anything else, it will be a tremendous amount of fuel that has to be carried by the train, which means that the train is losing some of this energy the train is carrying in just moving that energy with it. So it has to be electric. The electricity will be produced somewhere and then transmitted through transmission lines along the road. The only, of course, disadvantage of electric train is that if the power station that feeds the train is stopped for whatever reason, then the whole line, of course, is going to stop. But that's right now with the new technology of developing electric power, this is very rare. So now, let's take a simple case. We're assuming that we have an high-speed electric train, and with average speed higher than 250 kilometers, or around 250 kilometers. The distance that train will travel is 1,000 kilometers. The load is about 1,000 tons if it's a freight train. That train was traveling that distance, 1,000 kilometers at 250 kilometers, it will take 4 hours. The energy needed to run such a train will be about 300 kilowatt hours for every 100 ton of load for every kilometer. This number here can be disputed, of course, because strange enough, even though there are lots of high-speed trains running the world, but it's very, very difficult to find some specific numbers on how much energy those trains actually use. So I came up with that number here, which is, I think, quite a typical number. Now, the total electric power required for that train to run this distance with that load at this speed will be 75 megawatt per train per trip. Okay? So now, if we have 2 trains, one going, actually 4 trains, 2 going and 2 coming. So there in the line, there are 4 trains running. This means that the power station that has to provide those 2 trains with power is 300 megawatt. The watt, for those of you who don't know what a watt is a unit of power, amount of energy you generate every second, or every minute, or every period of time. The watt, the energy is measured in joules. The joule is a very small amount of energy, and to give you an idea about it, you need 300 kilojoules to boil a kilogram of water. So that gives you an idea about how big that thing is. And it gives you an idea. So the watt is joule per second. This means that this power station has to produce 300 million joules every second. And by every second, we literally mean every second, continuously providing this power. This is a very, very important point for what we are going to talk about it later on. Next is that if these 4 trains are going to travel the entire distance, the 12,000 kilometers, then we are talking about 3,600 megawatt. Large power stations, modern power stations, large ones right now, are 1,000 megawatts. This means that we need 4 of these power stations. The story doesn't end here, because you can see now that this One Belt, One Road is a very energy-intensive project, especially when this following is going to happen. That we are going to add other belts, like the one in Africa, the Americas, the rest of Asia, so North America as well. So all of these, if added, mean that you need more and more of this megawatts of power. We also going to add the required energy that needed to develop the areas around. So you need a lot more energy to do that, especially in the underdeveloped areas. We need higher speeds, so there will be developments for producing higher speed trains to make the traveling distance shorter. for transporting goods and for travel. Then the energy needed to build the rails and the trains, also that has to be considered part of that project. So this is the issue here, that in any project like that, you need to consider the amount of energy needed, because there is energy available and we have to make use of it in the proper way. So the number of power stations needed would be much larger than what we talked about before. So in this case, we have to be extremely careful in choosing what kind of energy source we would like to use to provide power to the One Belt, One Road initiative. So which energy source we should use? We have three choices for electric power stations. The first one is fossil fuels. Second one is renewable sources like solar and wind and biofuels and hydro. Third is current nuclear power. And fourth, actually, sorry, I should have written 4 instead of 3. The generation 4 nuclear power. Let us see at those sources, how good they are. Can they actually provide the amount of energy we need for such a project or not? Here is a table that shows you the amount, the energy density, the amount of energy per unit mass, per kilogram of each one of those energy sources. So for example, firewood gives you 16 megajoule per kilogram. To use wood to produce that amount of energy for the train, you need 1,625,000 kilograms every day. This is the amount of energy to be produced, the amount of mass to be used to produce the energy for these 2 trains, one going and 2 trains, one coming and going back, and 1,000 kilometers. Yes.
That's assuming you've got a decently efficient wood burning, whatever the heck, to make the electricity.
I'm not suggesting to use wood, but the black coal is better, 30 megajoule, and that drops into 800,000 kilograms. I'm sorry?
Bituminous is your black coal, low quality.
Yeah.
Anthracite's your black coal, hard. Metallurgical coal. No, and we don't have those heating values in
Can we please? This table, it's leading toward a conclusion. So let us continue and keep the discussion after. Now, crude oil will require 500, almost 500,000 kilograms of crude oil every day. Now, if we use uranium, current nuclear power, the story is completely different. The nuclear power and current uranium use in natural uranium, you have 500,000 megajoule per kilogram. You can see the big difference. And to provide power for these trains, you need 52 kilograms a day. Okay. The advantage of nuclear also is not that you are going to provide 52 kilograms a day. You actually can provide few tons of uranium for the entire operation of 2 years. So power station can be supplied by 2 years supply of uranium. It will run every 2 years. You provide the new supply of uranium. However, this is for the use of uranium the way it's being used nowadays in current nuclear power. We'll talk about that later on. Now let's look at the. So this is the fossil fuels and nuclear power. Now this is the wind and solar. Wind energy. Yeah, it's terrible here. I'm going to skip all of that and give you the same numbers as before. For wind energy, you need 300,000 turbines to produce 300 megawatt. 300,000 turbines. Imagine that. Imagine the land area that will be occupied by this. When you go to solar, if the sun is coming directly onto the solar panel at noon, this will be the best situation, which will happen only a couple of hours a day. In this case, you need 300,000 square meters of solar panels. If on the average in the regular day somewhere else, then you are talking about between 750,000 to 1,500,000 square meters. Okay, remember that this is happening when the sun is shining and when the wind is blowing. If the sun is not shining, no wind blowing, you get zero. So this thing has to be buffered, which means that you need to double the amount of area and the number of turbines, you double it or triple it so that you can store the extra energy when no wind or no sun, then you can use the storage energy. But that will have a cost. I'm going to talk about that later on. Now, when you talk about energy sources, it's very, very important to talk about a particular quantity. No energy source can give you energy without using energy to make it work for you. Okay? So this means that every energy source will require certain energy in and will give you certain amount of energy out. We call that energy returned and energy invested. This is a very, very important number. This is the result of a research myself and colleagues of mine have done about a few years ago, where we studied in a consistent way the amount of energy that needed to actually get all of these energy sources to work and produce energy for us. If you look at the solar panels, you spend one energy unit, you get back 3.9. 4. For every energy unit you put in to build the solar panels and get it going to produce energy, you get back 4 energy units. 1 to 4. The biomass gives you 3.5, even worse than solar. I'm talking now about the blue lines. I'm going to talk about the yellow ones later on. The wind is slightly better than these two. For every unit of energy you spend to get a turbine working, it gives you 16 units back. Okay. The concentrated solar power, which is mirrors to reflect the sun rays on a tower of water to boil the water, that you spend the one, you get 19, slightly better. The natural gas will give you 28 for every one you spend. Coal will give you 30 for every one. Hydro, you get 49. Nuclear pressurized water reactor, that is you put one in nuclear power, you get 75. Oh, sorry. Okay. Repeat that again. Okay. This shows you if for every energy unit you spend to get one source going, how much energy you get back. So for the solar, you get 3.9, and so on. Okay, and the original nuclear is 75. Now, these are the blue bars. The yellow bars are the ones where you have to store the energy, because if the energy is intermittent, then you need to store it and use it when the source is not available. So if you buffer the solar energy, you drop from 1 to 4 to 1 to 1.6. The biomass does not need buffering because you can always burn biomass. The wind, it drops from 16 to 3.9 to 4. The solar, concentrated solar, drops from 19 to 9. The natural gas, of course, you can supply it. Coal, the same thing. Hydro, strange enough, actually need to be buffered in some cases because in some dams, the water is not actually flowing continuously, and it goes up and down. So in cases the water level will go down, then you need to have some sort of storage device to provide the extra power. In nuclear, of course, there is no buffering. You don't need any buffering. Now, let me stress here that this is nuclear for the current pressurized water reactors. So this line here is calling the economic threshold. Anything below that is economically is not viable. So you can see that solar, biomass, wind, and the concentrated solar, both of them, the 4 of them are actually not economically viable, even though they are being built now everywhere. And I call it this is the year 2K scam, because the year 2K turned out to be a scam, and I'm sure eventually later on the scam of the 21st century is going to be the use of solar power and wind power. But unfortunately, it's going to take some time until we realize this. Another factor here is the amount of greenhouse gases emitted by all of these energy sources. This is very, very important. Might be disputed again because that is related to global warming. But the point I look at it irrespective of the global warming, it doesn't matter whether global warming is real or not. The point is that we cannot keep pumping into the atmosphere unlimited amount of greenhouse gases. It's too much. There is a limit of how much you can put in there. After that, it will become harmful. So the amount of greenhouse gases emitted from all of these sources are listed here. This is grams of carbon dioxide equivalent, all other greenhouse gases included, per kilowatt hour of electricity. You can see the numbers going down. The strange enough, the solar panels, biomass, nuclear, hydroelectric power, and wind are the best in terms of amount of carbon dioxide being or greenhouse gases emitted in the atmosphere. The reason for this is that the particular solar panels, nuclear, hydroelectric, and wind, those actually, they emit this carbon dioxide in the air during the production process. Once the production process finished, during operation, they don't emit any greenhouse gases. And you can see nuclear here is 29. And the average actually is 29. It can be as low as 2 and as high as 130. So this is another factor one need to be considered when choosing a source of energy. Second one is interesting. It's called the death print. How many people are dying because of the use of a certain energy source? Dying means the following, mean that accidents during mining, accidents during transportation, and then the effects of putting those greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. People develop respiratory disease and other things, and people are dying from this, particularly things like coal. So you can see here the numbers. The coal global average, this is a very horrible number. This is death per tera kilowatt hour. And the coal is 170,000 people dying every year. Bear that number. And coal represents only 50% of producing electricity in the world. So if you double that to get the entire electricity of the world using coal, this number is going to double. In China, the coal the death from coal is higher number, 280,000 instead of 170 in the global average, and that in China is representing so far 75% of electricity produced in China are produced by coal. So that number is higher just because this percentage is higher, but also because the restrictions on the use of coal is less than in the United States, for example. In the United States, it's 15,000 and represents 44%. Oil, 36,000, natural gas, 4,000, biomass is 24,000, solar, 440, wind, 150, hydro, 1,400. Hydro, of course, there are lots of accidents are associated with building dams, especially during construction, and especially when some of the dams break down and flood areas around it. Nuclear, global average of nuclear is 90. This is one point I need to explain a little bit. This 90 number for a 17%. Oh, sorry about that. This nuclear represents 17% of global electricity production, and only 90 people. This 90 here includes death from Fukushima and Chernobyl, both of them. But remember that this number, this 90 per tera kilowatt hour also. So the amount of electricity produced is very, very important factor here. Fukushima, as far as I know, and all the international reports from the international reports coming from the United Nations are saying that there are no deaths associated with Fukushima accident. The death in Fukushima accident happened actually as a result of the panicking of people leaving the area, and there were some accidents, but not from radiation so far. Now we're going to talk about life expectancy, how long the resource is going to survive based on our consumption. Natural gas have this amount of reserves and this amount of consumption. That's based on 2011. The life expectancy is 56 years. In 56 years, if this is the reserves we have and this is the consumption we have, natural gas will last us 56 years. Oil, 51 years. Coal, unfortunately, 129 years. Now, nuclear. This is a bit complicated table, so I'll explain it without actually referring to the numbers. Right now, nuclear power uses only less than 1% of uranium. You put 1 ton of uranium in a nuclear reactor, that reactor is going to burn less than 1% of the uranium to produce an enormous amount of power. So imagine now if we can have a nuclear reactor system that actually can burn the entire amount of uranium, then the situation will be completely different. So right now, the world uses uranium for 17%, and if it goes to 100%, unfortunately the numbers are not shown. If it goes to 100% production of uranium, of electricity by nuclear power now, the amount of uranium we have in the world will last only for 13 years. 13 years, 1-3. Okay? If this is against nuclear power, yes it is, because it's simply telling us that we cannot use nuclear power to power the whole world using nuclear. However, if we use 100% of the uranium, the story is completely different. And that's only for uranium. If we add to that thorium, I didn't include thorium here because thorium hasn't actually been used in a nuclear reactor yet. So we don't have any real numbers regarding the use of thorium. But thorium, we have actually a lot more thorium in the world than uranium. So if you're adding thorium, then we do have quite a bit of energy that can last for hundreds, if not thousands of years. Can you? Okay.
Thorium is a byproduct of the uranium fission process. Eventually, thorium-based into a thorium reactor.
Oh, yes, definitely yes. In particular, when I'm talking later on about generation 4 reactors, then thorium becomes a major player. Now, what are the problems with the current reactors? They have lots of problems. First of all, they are very complex. The safety record is not very good, although it has improved quite a bit over the years, but still they are susceptible to large number of possible problems. They are very complex. They cost lots of money to build. The last figure I heard that Egypt had made a contract with Russia to build 4 nuclear reactors, 1,200 megawatt each. Each one of those is going to cost $5 billion. So $5 billion, and because it's a very complex thing, it takes years to finish, 5, 6, 7 years to build one of those reactors. So it's a very expensive, takes longer time, and also it produces lots of radioactive waste. Even though that radioactive waste of current nuclear reactors is very limited. A 1,000 megawatt reactor will produce 1 cubic meter per year. 1 cubic meter per year. Okay, but it is very highly radioactive. It has to be buried for a very, very long time. So these are the problems with the current reactors. In addition, that it's really fantastic waste of nuclear power because it uses only 1% of the uranium available. Now, generation 4 reactors, I'm not going to go through all of this. I basically summarize it for you. The other thing, one important factor I forgot to mention is that the current pressurized water reactors require very high pressure, 150 times the atmospheric pressure. That adds tremendous costs to those reactors. If we jump into, I'm going to show you a reactor that I am involved in developing this kind of reactor. It's called the dual fluid reactor. This reactor, this is schematic of it. It's not really a real, that's not how it's going to look like. It uses liquid fuel. Use uranium chloride, melt it, and produce it here in this unit, and then circulate it in the reactor core. So here the reactor fission will take place, and then the products will go back to this unit here. That unit here is going to separate the radioactive materials that are produced during the fission process and store them as liquid also in here. So that's why we call dual fluid, because a fluid for fuel and another fluid for cooling, which is this one here. In this reactor model, we use liquid lead to cool the reactor. Lead is an excellent material for cooling. It has a very good heat properties, and it doesn't become radioactive. Although it becomes actually radioactive a little bit during the process, but whatever radioactivity produced in lead decays back to lead. So eventually, after 40, 50 years, this lead will have very little radioactivity in it. And that circulates, and then you extract the power from here to outside to use it for whatever purpose you want to use it for. This reactor is going to run at a very high temperature, at 1,000 degrees. Current reactor run at 300 degrees. That is a fantastic advantage in terms of heat transfer. The losses at 1,000 degrees is much less than losses at 300 degrees. So this is a much more efficient reactor than the current ones. The big thing here is that because it's fluid, if there isn't a problem, the major problem in any nuclear reactor is that when the cooling doesn't circulate anymore, cooling stops for whatever reason, then what's going to happen? That reactor core here is going to heat up and melt. This is what happened in 3 Miles Island incident in the United States. In this case here, this kind of reactor will never melt, because if something goes wrong and lead is not circulating or any other problem that makes the reactor here to heat up, we use something called fuse plugs. This is a piece of the fuel that is being cooled, actively cooled, so that it becomes solid here and here. If the temperature goes up, then this plug here is going to melt and open up. So the result will be the fluid is going to be drained down. And this one too is going to be draining down. So we drain them down into a container where they can be cooled, and we stop the reactor from operating. So this reactor is actually going to control itself by itself. You don't need interference from operators to stop the reactor in case of any problem. This is a major thing, and we call this passive safety. There are lots of other passive safety issues. I'm not going to go through them now, but this is not the only one. There are at least 5 or 6 other passive safety issues. If something goes wrong with the reactor is going to shut itself down automatically. No interference from operators. It runs at atmospheric pressure, cut down the cost. The reactor is very simple. These isotopes here, many of these isotopes are very valuable ones. Isotopes that can be used in medicine and in industry. So they can be extracted continuously and sent to hospitals and industry to use. The rest of it will stay here and can be contained for storage. The amount here will be much less than the current reactors, and the half-life of this reactor, storage here, the radioactive material that in storage here is much shorter than the current reactors. This reactor here can use uranium, and they can use thorium. It can actually use the waste of the current reactors, because the waste of current reactors have incredible amount of uranium that is not being burned in the current reactor. We can burn it in here. So this can take the waste of current reactors, can take the uranium and plutonium that is put in nuclear weapons that are being dismantled now. This fuel can come in here and being used. So this reactor here can clean up nuclear weapons and the waste of current reactors that are being stored, huge amount of it being stored around the world. The cost of building a reactor like that, it doesn't need any water, so it can be built anywhere. It can even be built underground. So this thing can be built underground for safety, and it can also, as a result, the cost of building one of those is $1.5 billion for 1,500 megawatt reactor, our power station. This is much cheaper than the current reactors. So this is the way the world should go. There are lots of other advantages that I don't have time to talk about them now, but this is where the world should go. So the development of the One Belt, One Road initiative should also be accompanied by developing this kind of reactor or similar reactors that designs are already available and need to be developed and put in operation. Thank you.
Okay, that was great. So we still have one more speaker on this panel, and then we're going to take questions from the 3 here. Kesha has been tied up in Houston. So Dr. Hussein, thank you very much. I think, so not only should the Silk Road not be built with solar panels, unless you're on the ISS, they're really not a good idea. Now, we have a 3rd speaker, Mr. Jesse Tam, who is also, as Dr. Jack Liu, is a part of, I believe, the North American China Council. And so this is part of the collaboration of the Great Northwest. And so he'll be speaking on the financial platform for the new Silk Road. And then after that we'll take questions till about 5 to 4. We'll then have a few-minute break, and then we'll go into Mike Billington and Hal Cooper's development of the broader sense of the Silk Road and its history. So, Mr. Jesse Tam.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I know it's late and I'm at the end of the coffee break, so I'm trying to speak very, very fast. So I'm going to bring you flying money instead of flying car. I'm going to bring you high-speed cash instead of high-speed train. So I'm going to talk very fast. If you miss that, can I help you? Sorry, I'm just trying to be funny. I am a very optimistic guy. I'm going to talk about banking. It's a rather pessimistic subject. And I'm going to do my very best to make it enjoyable, informative, to give you a sense of a very fast way of see how money works in the last 50 years and what it's going to be in the next near future. Instead of talking about Silk Road, instead of talking about One Belt, One Road, I don't think I can reach that far. It's just such a personal subject. I spent my whole entire life learning about banking, growing up in a banking family. And my dad taught me something. Hey, son, money never disappear. I said, Dad, why did the money you gave me in the morning disappear in the afternoon? Well, he said, no, it didn't disappear. It just changed to somebody else's hands. And the reality is, everything we ever had, the resources, the money we ever had, the liquidity we used to have, just changed hands to somebody else. Now, all we need to do is find where the money is, understanding how money comes, how money goes. So by doing so, money always waiting for you instead of you chasing money. So I'm going to give you a little quick history about Pacific Rim banking, finance. Hopefully that somehow relate to the One Silk, One Road, One Belt, One Road concept going forward into much bigger pictures. But now let's bring everybody back to Pacific Rim. Okay, we are one side of the rim. There is the other side, Asian Pacific Rim. How do we change slide? Next. And you have to look back, 5 decades, and most of us remember that. And sometimes we try not to, but understanding the future, we must remember what's the past. Pacific Rim would pretty much considered to be a distance between America and Asian Pacific. 50, 60 years ago, in fact, there was World War II brought in a lot of conflicts between the two sides of the Pacific Rim. And out of that, there was a country called Japan, gone through a very destructive process and out of the war and trying to recover. And during the recovery, Americans spent a lot of energy and time and to rebuild their country. The new synergies built up to create a lot of industry, heavy industry in Japan, into steel and automobile. And from that, many of those products were exporting into America. And we pick up a habit on this side here, enjoying all the consumer products, cheap TV, recorder, 8-tracks, if you remember that, all these other tapes, we used to use for cassette and stuff like that, which we don't use it anymore. But those years were built by the Asian Pacific countries, Japan to start out with, and then shortly after that, we're buying all the consumer products, create an economy so big, make Japan become the #2 economic power in the world. In front of our own eyes, we didn't even know that into the 70s and 80s. Next, please. And the side products were created when Japan was heavily involved in Datsun and Toyotas and Honda coming to America. Behind the scene, therefore, what we call the Asian Tigers were developed.
At that time were South Korea, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Singapore. And each of them had their own specialties, creating consumer product, mainly selling to America. And Americans just love the product and continue to see, wow, wonderful, nice, cheap stuff keep coming over here. Let's buy more. So we trade all our cash to all the stuff still in your garage. If you don't remember what I just said, go home and open your garage, see how much of the stuff is there. Okay. And if you don't stop buying, there will be more stuff. Those stuff don't worth anything in the garage sale. You know that. This is why we create a crazy Pacific Rim economy for the last 50 years. It's pretty much one-sided, buying consumer stuff on this side, cash land at the other side. Next, please. Let me share with you, most people think, hey, if we have a bank has a lot of money, we can do a lot of things. Yes, we do. But where's the money come from? Well, banking is a byproduct of what you have. It's not about bank create what you, but the communities create banking. So it's very important to realize that bank is not the reason for a rich economy. Contrary of that, a healthy economics platform will create solid good banking. And all the services will come along when there is money involved. But don't count on the bank give you money if you don't have a good economy. So the Asian banks are growing when the economics power grew up in the Asian region. And then all the American banks started opening branches there. And today we don't see too many branches in Asia, but there was one time, there were a lot of American bank branches literally walk into a country or city called their own tower, dominate the economy, the American way of doing things. And then until the balance shift, things are no longer what used to be. Very few American banks now have branches overseas. Most of them moved back to here. And I'll tell you a little bit why a little bit later. But remember, we have to understand the economics reason behind the successful banking. Next, please. Let's talk a little bit about what happened most recently. It seemed like a long time ago, but it really not too long ago. I remember one day when I walked in my office as the CEO of a bank in downtown Seattle, 2008, and people were joking around, we're going to hit 10% unemployment. Well, have you heard that before? No. You know, if we hear 4 or 5% sound like pretty bad already, but you hit 10% or more, it was shocking. It was collapsing. It was mortgage problem. It was all kinds of financial issues. Companies were closing down. Guys in the 40s, 50s, knowledgeable, high-paid employed professional were laid off. There was 2007, 2008, 2009 period of time. We had the largest financial crisis within not too long ago hit this country, second to the Great Depressions in the 1930s. And today, I hate to say that, banking as an industry still have not been totally recovered. And I'm smiling, I'm talking to you because I took my retirement in 2008, 2009. So I walk away from an industry, turn me upside down and shaking my ankle and try to get every dime out of my pocket. So I decided to walk away from that. Good thing is I still have few friends there. Those who didn't die in the industry, still walking around trying to become a banker, trying to walk like a banker. But it's a very, very difficult industry as of today. I'm sorry?
How do you walk like a banker?
Like that. Okay. Anyway, 1985, we have 14,500 banks in this country. Today, we only have about 5,000. I'm sorry? 1995, we have 14,500 banks in the United States. Today, 2016, we have only about 5,000 banks in this country. Substantially reduction, okay? Where did they go? Well, many of them closed by the regulators, disappear. You walk up there, Friday morning is one bank's name, Monday morning is a different bank with a different side up. and then the bankers disappear. All kinds of very interesting reasons. I formed 3 banks in my banking career, but in the last 5 years, the whole United States only formed 3 new banks in the whole 5 years for the whole country. There hardly any new banks were formed. So in the other words, the banking industry remained to be a very miserable industries. Next, please. Along the way, out of the blue, really not too long ago, China starting to surface into the what I call the dark hole 25 years ago. There are people telling me, let's go put some money in this country called China. I went over there in 1981. I look at the country, wow, why would I put any money in this country? I could not believe the order of the chicken I ordered for this restaurant. There's only 3 pieces on it. And it was unbelievable. And, you know, beyond my imagination, how poor China was at that time. And today, every major tourist area in the United States, including Las Vegas, I walk up to the counter asking, hey, where's the Paris hotel? The guy said, 你好. He's not talk Chinese to me, and he is not Chinese. Totally Chinese language focus. Why? Because the world have changed. And banking, I don't know. Is that change along the way? It's very questionable. Next, please. Let me show you some dollar number to understand how things are changing. This is the most current largest bank in the world. The 4 biggest banks in the world right now are among the 4 biggest banks in China, and ranging from $2.58 trillion Bank of China, the smallest one, to ICBC, which is $3.45 trillion. The 4 big banks in China add together right now, the total asset is around $12 trillion. The only thing bigger than that is our national debt. We have 18 trillion. Okay, so the number is bigger. Don't count on the number. Just watch the changes of what happened 10 years ago to today's. 10 years ago, hardly any of those Chinese banks were on this list. Today, they dominate the world. After that, the other 6 banks, only 2 from the United States, 2 from France, 1 from UK, and 1 from Japan. So let me give you one more number to deal with, and I forgot to put it down on the slide. 23% of the population in the world right now controlling 65% of the liquid cash. Okay, so the other percentage of people are fighting whatever left. Every major Asian country right now has something called cash reserve surplus. Let me tell you what that means. It means your checking account, your liquid cash is called surplus. Okay, those are the surpluses among those countries are totally dominating the world. And to give you the extreme of that is we have about 330 million people in this country, and compared to a city of Hong Kong, about 7 million people, which is a special administrative region of China, Hong Kong has something like $260 billion cash reserve, which is more than the whole entire United States we have in this country, 330 million people. So that's the extreme of comparison. Now, it doesn't mean we don't have the asset in this country. There are a lot of powerful assets, engine, vehicle, technologies, intelligence, but sometimes we lack of the fuels to power up. There's no engine works, no fancy car become running like crazy in 150 miles an hour unless they have the fuel, the gasoline, the pumping in, the power up. Okay, so cash is king. Whoever get the cash somehow become the calling for the power. Out of this, give you a sense of $26 billion dominated by the 10 banks in this country. Now, how many of you think the $26 excuse me, $26 trillion, not billion, trillion. $26 trillion. How many of us in this room here get anything out of that $26 trillion? Zero. Why? Because they do not make loans to people like us, because they have their other focus for a reason to utilize this funding. They have other way to protect the resources. So earlier we talked about there are a lot of resources in this well remain to be in this well, but how to tap on it is a different story. Next, please. Not all large banks are doing any good for small, medium-sized companies. The rest of banks are highly regulated and very little flexibility to provide banking support to Pacific Rim businesses. In the other words, today, in order for doing any business, we have to have banking support. To get any local bank or international bank to support, we have to understand how challenging this banking industry and what it's going to be to able to get your hand into the resources. Please. There's way right now we see this more popular way we see right now is all this tech banking, and everybody can travel around the world and call themselves, hey, I'm doing international banking. I can get on my cell phone and communicate with my bank, check balances, transfer fund wire, and so on and so forth. That applies to most big banks around the world. That is only a very small part of banking, the operation side. But the big part of banking, the big money, most of us do not hear about. So there are a lot of channels right now, industries trying to create financing availability. One of the most recent things is if you're buying things from Alibaba and they have a way to finance the purchase online. I'm not advertising for them. I'm just thinking about a very neat way to do a quick financing instead of your credit card. But most consumer, most small businesses, that's about the resources you get to, the small loans, but you have difficulty to tap on the big trillions of cash resources. So I'm going to shift gear now into what I see the world heading to, give you a sense of what I learned most recently. Next, please. I have surprisingly surprised myself when I travel around the world, and I travel to Asia every other month for the last 7 years. And everywhere I went to, and I talked to different people, different industry, different segment of the economy or community, people are forming all this private equity fund. And I didn't quite understand that at the beginning. Well, how much can you do? Well, we don't know. It depends on the project, depends on what the industry. Funds are being formed in many, many, many forms. Could be for one industry, could be one market. And then I came back to this country. I traveled all over the United States, and I found the same thing on this end here. And I was just talking to one group this morning, drove all the way up here last night, want to meet with me, and from Portland, Oregon. And they have 150 private equity funds owners or managers going to group together and talk about how their fund going to group together works. So the way I interpret it is, instead of relying on the big banks, funding all the loans to everybody, financing all this project, and we're so tired of that, so people are forming their own funding sources to create that energy, create that synergy to work together to fund many projects. And out of the blue, I just read an article yesterday. Goldman Sachs just raised $8 billion, and it's the first ever since 2008 financial crisis. Even them realizing that the commercial banks have not been doing the job. So they raising their own private equity fund. Simultaneously, last year alone, that $16 billion came from the private equity money from China to America to do various projects. So, in the other words, behind the scenes of all this fancy banking, fancy technologies, there are real people like us continues to put resources together to fund projects. It takes effort, it takes focus, it takes community synergy, but it can be achieved. Next, please. So why private equity fund? It works like a bank. It looks, it is for your local community. It serves your own purpose. Very little banking regulators come after you, like I had with the FDIC and Federal Reserve Bank and Department of Currency, and just tons of government agencies. You don't even remember the name when they walk in the door. But today we have private equity funds. People are able to put together funding, set their own pricing, set their own focus for the purpose, for their own good and their own community. And along the way, they also create a more healthier, more stable business platform that you can find your own synergy with the people you know in the same industry to create some funding. And just about anyone can form a private equity fund for any purpose you want. Next. A disadvantage of that, you have to shop. If you don't have your own private equity fund, you have to find a suitable one you can work with. And you may not have the funding immediately because it's not as available as every bank in every corner of the block. And then you can eventually bring the multiple fund together. But today there is no resources to put the multiple fund together. So the funding source may be somewhat limited and smaller. And the pricing is very different from one source to another source. And then the level of the risk could be there because it tends to be concentrated in one area or one geographical area. Okay, and because of time, I'm going to summarize my presentation to you. I see there will be some regulation come in place for the private equity fund, but I think the private equity fund will be around as long as the banking industry is not functioning as what they should be. In the other words, they have to find some way to literally go through a major revitalization of the industry to see the banking industries to be back into a good banking source. And then eventually, I see private equity fund will have some type of central banks type clearinghouse that funding will be available from many, many different people, and then go through some kind of clearings to create more sources, wider range of services to help grow for the business community. This is for local standpoint in the city of Linwood, all the way up to the global community. All depends on what the community focuses on. International Pacific Rim banking works the same way. When you speak about financing, it's not about the language barrier. It's the same language. Trust me, money is money. Everybody understands. You don't need to have to speak the different language to understand. All you have to do, put down your dollar amount, how much for the interest rate, how long term, 3 statement, yes or no, done. So I hope everybody will find this a little bit helpful for your whatever business. Flying money and high-speed cash is what we do. Okay, thank you.
It's okay. That brings the afternoon, or the first part of the afternoon, but we're essentially going to have a kind of a continuum given the time restraints. I just want to caveat the final presentation here on the financial question, and I think Mr. Tam would likely agree that since 2008-9, nothing has been fundamentally done to address the general crisis within the financial system, especially within the transatlantic. That the banks in China are somewhat much more stable than you find in the transatlantic. The ones here are literally far more bankrupt. And what Mr. and Mrs. LaRouche went through this morning, Deutsche Bank perhaps leading the way, but all of the large London and Wall Street banks facing a major crisis. So the banking system that Mr. Tam is laying out and a perspective of actually applying banking towards industrial advancement and development is absolutely key and essential. The first immediate political step is a fundamental banking reorganization. So on that note, and I think Mike Billington will probably address some aspects of this in his discussion. What we're going to do is take a very short, and if you don't need to get up, you don't have to, but maybe to get up and stretch, keep the mind moving and the body, get some coffee. We're going to come back in 5 minutes. 5 minutes for the continuation of the discussion. So again, thanks you all for participating so far, and a big round for the speakers.
So I think this, just so people know, former Senator Mike Gravel had intended to come up here, and but he was hit with significant health issues that I think he's got a handle on, but it prevented him from making the plane trip up. And so in lieu of that, he actually prepared a very short, but I think very profound video statement. Now, people will probably remember that former Senator Mike Gravel in 1971, was it? 70, read the Pentagon Papers into the Senate record. This was a classified report that exposed essentially the fraud of the Vietnam War, and he took a very gutsy move as a freshman senator to read these classified papers into the Senate record, and they didn't know what the consequence was going to be. And so he's continued that quality of fight, and even into his later years, he's I believe 87 or 86 years old, but continues actively as a senior statesman, working with the LaRouche movement, promoting the Silk Road, One Belt, One Road initiative, and so on and so forth. So we'll have just a brief video statement from him, or an audio statement that has a that we'll just play right now so people can get his greetings. Turned on. Yeah.
I wanted to express my apologies for not one being at the conference or even being able to do a video in view of the turn of events with respect to my health situation. Nevertheless, I do want to express my good wishes for the success of the conference. Especially, I want to endorse the concept of a tunnel under the Bering Straits, finally linking and binding the Western Hemisphere to the Eurasian continent. I've been a supporter of the concept since the beginning of my public career back in 1963. The concept takes on new meaning with the Silk Road being undertaken by China, which in my view is the most significant and will be the most significant economic and social event of the 21st century. Tying the world together through an economic system of transportation, communication, both landline and maritime, is something to be admired. And it's never been undertaken before in human history. And if there is a nation that is obviously equipped to do this, it's got to be China. I think from a governance point of view, we have to look very carefully at what China has been able to do. And that is to bring 600 million people from poverty to middle class, and to have done this within 30 years. I know of no similar accomplishment in the history of civilization. And so for this to have been done by one country who we view as autocratic is something that needs to be studied and appreciated. The Silk Road will do the same thing for the world. It will bring about a transference of millions upon millions of people worldwide from poverty to middle class and success, and set in motion the foundation for world peace. Because until we can satisfy the economic needs of the peoples of the world, we'll never be able to secure a permanent peace. Again, let me wish you great success with your conference. I wish I were able to attend, but obviously that's not possible at this point. Again, thank you and my best wishes.
Okay, probably get the lights here for Hal. So Dr. Hal Cooper has been a longtime collaborator of Lyndon LaRouche and the movement. He's a consultant, probably has the world's only feasibility study for the Bering Strait, or at least that's known about, and has really traveled the whole length of it, from the West Coast corridor up through Canada, Alaska, and so on, to put together this as really one of the crucial elements. It's an old idea, goes back to the 1850s. At the end of the 1800s, it was actively promoted by President McKinley. Roosevelt was a promoter of the idea, and would probably be the greatest symbol of the end of British geopolitics, or at least one of the markers of that, the end of that. So Hal Cooper has done seminal work on that, and is also presently with the acting chairman of the Freight Advisory Board for the Seattle Department of Transportation as well. So I guess without further ado, we'll let Hal take it away.
Thank you. Well, it's good to be here, and it's nice to be talking about the Bering Strait Tunnel again. I'm very pleased that there's such a large audience here and people enthusiastic about it, because for a very long time, I felt that I've been kind of one of the voices of one on it, and there haven't been very many voices on that respect. The Bering Strait is 53 miles across from Ulan-Chukotka in Russia to Wales, Alaska in the United States. And while it's a short distance, it's a large barrier, primarily not from a physical standpoint as much as it is a political and economic standpoint. There's a short physical connection, but there is a real symbolism and the need to develop it. And it has to do with promoting world peace and prosperity, ending the era of British geopolitics, turning the world from an Atlantic-centered world, which is now degenerated into one that believes in austerity, poverty, and warfare, to one with peace and prosperity. And I think that is what the real symbolism of building the Bering Strait Tunnel is about. And it's been discussed today. It will be discussed tomorrow, and of course, Senator Gravel, having been one of the few early advocates of this project, along with Governor Hickleman, former Governor Hickleman in Alaska, have been among the very few leaders in the United States. However, that is not necessarily true in some other countries, including Russia. The earliest proponent was William Gilpin, the governor of the territory of Colorado before it became a state in the 1840s. In the late 1800s, of course, President McKinley, and at that particular time, there was a company formed in the state of New Jersey that had Russian, French, and American investors that actually invested and did an early feasibility study of the Bering Strait Tunnel. And there was a book written by William Engdahl from the LaRouche organization, which basically said that World War I was started to prevent the Bering Strait Tunnel from being completed. Mm-hmm. And the efforts to do that have never stopped from London and New York. And unfortunately, that's because they want to maintain themselves in control through an Atlantic-centered world as compared to one which is going to be Pacific-centered. And the Atlantic-centered world has degenerated into one that believes primarily in warfare and conflict and poverty rather than prosperity. At least that's the opinion of myself and others. Now, what the world has seen in very recent years the emergence of the One Belt, One Road program, and it's been discussed to some extent already today. We actually have a forerunner of the Bering Strait tunnel that actually has been completed to connect two continents, it's only 8 miles instead of 53, and that's between the European and the Asian sides of Istanbul and Turkey, which now has a double-track railroad running through it with passenger trains during the day and freight trains at night, and that's already in operation. I was in Istanbul in October of 2008 to attend the World Railway Symposium sponsored by the International Union of Railways and talked about the possibility of developing a worldwide rail system which converges at the Bering Strait. So there is an example already of this. There are several other proposals that are being made. Now, the European land bridge idea, the One Belt, One Road, Istanbul to Beijing through several of the countries in the southern part of Asia, Russia and China working together to develop corridors along the Trans-Siberian, and also the recent proposal for the high-speed rail between Moscow, Astana, and Beijing, which connects Russia, Kazakhstan, and China together. And that's a forerunner of what we're talking about today to develop out to the Bering Strait. There actually is a program well underway now to build from the Trans-Siberian Railway all the way out to the Bering Strait in Russia. The first section has been completed from Tinda and Skobrodino on the Trans-Siberian Railway, and the Baikal-Amur Magistral to the north, all the way to the capital of Yakutsk. And it's actually across the river because they're trying to decide whether they should build a tunnel or a bridge, and that's a very important decision considering how cold it gets in the Sahara Republic in the wintertime. It's North Dakota plus. Having worked in North Dakota on oil for 16 months, I can attest to the effects of very cold weather, but it is much more severe in Russia. And then, of course, brings some very interesting issues as far as how we build railroads and how we operate them. Now, the first section of this proposed rail line between Moscow and Beijing through Kazakhstan is actually going to be 400 miles long. Trains will be able to run at up to 250 miles per hour, 400 kilometers per hour. There are 7 regions of Russia it goes through, and it runs from Moscow to a city of Kazan, which is the capital of the Tatar Republic in the central part of Russia, near the Ural Mountains. And that is being planned to be built, and the cost is estimated at $16 billion for a 400-mile system, which works out to somewhere around between $35 and $40 million per mile of construction. And it's supposed to have 11 stops, and it will be extended for at least another 4,000 miles, all the way to Beijing, through the city of Ufa in southeastern Russia, all the way through Kazakhstan, through Astana and Aktagai, to the Chinese border at the Tsungarian Gate, and then through LaRouche, and then east to Lanzhou, and to finally Zhengzhou, and finally to Beijing. And it's going to be a major effort, but it's actually integrating right into what's already been built in China, very much so. And that capital cost of that is estimated as $25 billion for approximately 5,000 miles. And you'll be able to travel from Moscow to Kazan in 3.5 hours and to Beijing in 30 hours. So it's getting down to the reasonable point, and we'll be able to serve all the points in between. Now, the lines going out to the Bering Strait, the first section has been completed. There's actually a 5-year plan of 4 sections of 4 different zones that will be built over a period of time. The second one is already in the process of being designed. I don't know if construction has begun. That's to go to Magadan, and then it goes to the Kamenskoye, to the entrance of the Kamchatka Peninsula. And actually, the line didn't show it, but there is actually a line that will be going down the Kamchatka Peninsula all the way to the city of Petropavlovsk, Kamchatsky, as part of it, and that's where there's a significant population, because much of that area is basically vacant of people. I was in Chukotka, which is the region right across from Alaska and Russia, in 1997. I was in the city of Anadyr, which is all 15,000 people, and it was a 9.5-hour flight from Moscow to Anadyr. It was an 11-hour flight from Seattle to Moscow. So it was quite a remote place. And it's one where there's very few people there. There's a large native population relatively, and there are ties between Alaska and Chukotka. And in fact, the native people on either side of the border now have the ability to travel between the two with no visas, if they're native people who live in that region, in those regions. And I was at an economic development conference in Nome, Alaska in 2001, and people at the time did not want to discuss the Bering Strait Tunnel. For some reason, they seemed very politically sensitive about that. But of course, that I think is, in fact, that this meeting is taking place today is a good indication that that's changing, and that's good. Now, the tunnel needs to be built. It'll be built through rock. It's relatively stable there. The active geologic zone is about 500 miles to the south of the LaRouche Islands, and you don't want to go there. But the crossing there is relatively short. There's two islands in the middle, Big Diomede and Little Diomede Island, and they're basically rocks. And one of them, the Big Diomede on the Russian side, is a military weather station, whereas on the eastern one, Little Diomede is occupied by some native people. And then there's a native group, groups are on the Seward Peninsula, and any of you that have ever been to Nome know there's no place like Nome, a place of about 4,000 people, and it's actually a medical center for Western Alaska. That's where most of the people go for their health needs, and they have to be flown in by helicopter or airplane because they don't have roads yet, going very far out from there. Now, the proposal would then be to build down to across Alaska. Actually, the state of Alaska has dedicated a corridor from Fairbanks east to the border with the Yukon Territory. It's about 300 miles, and it's 500 feet wide, and the railroad can be built, and part of it has already been built. The Alaska Railroad recently completed a line from Fairbanks down to Delta Junction, and that is not a difficult construction. In the Yukon Territory, which is a population of about 35,000, the main center is Whitehorse, which is about 200 miles east of the southeast of the border Kesha we cross at near Beaver Creek. And when we went up there in a truck, we drove all the way up, and when we got to the border at Alcan, the border customs person talked to us for 45 minutes because he didn't look like he hadn't seen very many people, and during the entire time we were there, no other vehicle came. The Alaska Highway was all paved except for one 30-mile section that was being repaved, but otherwise it was a relatively decent tour, and we were in there in September when the weather was relatively nice. Going down to past Whitehorse at a place called Catlin, there's a junction, and one line would go south to through Dease Lake and end up in Prince George, and the other one would go over to Fairbanks and end up in Grand Prairie, Alberta, that ultimately would end up in Edmonton, and that would be probably the eastern terminus of the Alaska Canada Railroad connecting the Bering Strait in Canada. And of course, over to the east of there is where there's very large reserves of oil. Right now, they're not doing so well because the prices are only fire there recently as well. And then the line would come, I'm just going to discuss the west coast part, is the line would have to come down to a place called Ashcroft, British Columbia, and there would need to be a new, that's on the old British Columbia Rail, there needs to be a new line to connect over to Ashcroft from Clinton, and then it would enter the Fraser River Canyon. And that, besides the Bering Strait Tunnel, is probably the most formidable place to build a railroad on the entire continent, because you're going to have to build a 50-mile overhead viaduct in a narrow canyon that's got two railroad lines on each bank of the river and very steep mountains. And the Chinese have done a great deal of building viaducts for high-speed rail, and that experience is going to have to be done because the line there for the Canadian National and Canadian Pacific is pretty saturated. It has about 140 trains a day on a double-track line, and they run one direction one way and on one track, and then they go the other direction on the other. And of course, that's the lifeline between Eastern and Western Canada. So it's very important as a trade center because it allows them to export all their grain, coal, and sulfur, and all the other things that they do in potash out through that corridor. And there's no room to put any more trains on there, so they'll have to build a completely new facility, and that'll be a real challenge to build. I would just say that. Now we come down to Hope, British Columbia, and then to Mission and Abbotsford, and that's where the freight line would come off. We're going to need a new freight line along the Cascade Foothills corridor from Sumas all the way down to Snohomish that ultimately will go to Tenino out through North Bend. And not all the trains are going to come through Seattle because we're going to have a problem, and we already have a problem with oil trains because then coming from North Dakota, we've already seen some derailments, and we wouldn't want to have an explosion in the tunnel in Seattle. And that's one of the things on my work with the Freight Transport Advisory Board we're looking at right now. Then the West Coast Corridor needs to be built, and it's going to be basically a one system all the way from Tenino, just south of Olympia, all the way down to Portland, but we're going to need a new tunnel under the Columbia River, and in fact, the tunnel should be completely separate from the bridge so we don't run into all the people who were fighting the light rail from Portland getting in the way this time. And then there would need to be a separate line for the BNSF, which goes over to the east, on the east side of the Cascade Mountains, and then the Union Pacific running down through the Willamette Valley. And ultimately, there needs to be the line that has to be completely rebuilt from Eugene all the way to Ashland, Oregon, and that would be where passenger trains primarily would run. That's owned by the Central Oregon and Pacific Shoreline Railroad right now. And I think there needs to be a new coastal route from Branch Pass, Oregon, to San Francisco, through Eureka, Leggett, Laytonville, Santa Rosa, and San Rafael, with a new tunnel under San Francisco Bay on the east side, running under Tiburon and Angel Island to Dearborn White and Treasure Island, and parallel to the bar into their brand new terminal that they're building for the high-speed rail and for the California Caltrain commuter rail service. I don't know if you all are aware, but the first major electrification of a rail line in the United States in many years outside the Northeast Quarter has just been announced by the Peninsula Rail Authority, and that they're going to be building a 45-mile electric rail on their commuter line, which right now is handling 65,000 riders a day. It's up from 35,000 3 years ago because there's so much traffic because of the high-tech involvement. And of course, in San Francisco, and I don't have to tell you how expensive things are there. All of you know, and we're seeing exactly the same thing happening here in Seattle. Why do we want to build a coastal rail passenger route? So we can spread people out so that prices of housing gets down, at least by spreading it out. And the people who can't afford to live in San Francisco, and increasingly it's going to be the same in Seattle, we're going to need to do the same thing here. And that's part of the West Coast Corridor project, which ultimately leads to the Bering Strait. And then we have another major project. If we're going to connect this to Southern California, we need to build a new tunnel to Grapevine. Underneath it, between Grapevine and Castaic, which is 32 miles, and it will follow almost exactly the same pattern as the recently completed St. Gothard tunnel in Switzerland, which is 53 miles, or actually 37 miles of the main tunnel on a straight flat line through the Alps Mountains. And the reason is to haul trucks so that they don't have air pollution problems in the mountains. And of course, California has exactly the same problem that Switzerland does with too many trucks. And so it would be very necessary to do that. And of course, this will all help California's high-speed rail project, which right now is running into quite a few political problems. And we don't need to go into all those today, but they are significant. And we have a great deal of new infrastructure to build. We do a great deal that benefit our jobs and our economy, and also tie right into and make the West Coast Corridor the connection point between all the cities on the West Coast, so we can basically replace the Northeast Corridor as the main economic center of the United States. Between Vancouver, Seattle, Portland, Medford, Redding, Sacramento, San Francisco, Oakland, Los Angeles, and San Diego. That's my presentation.
Okay, so Mike Billington has been a longtime collaborator of Lyndon LaRouche. He's the head of the Asia desk at the Executive Intelligence Review. And as people may have seen from his book back there, he was a political prisoner under the Bush senior crowd, who, as part of the raid or the operation against Mr. LaRouche and his top associates to try to shut down this movement back in the 1980s. And so Mike was actually sentenced to 77 years. He doesn't quite look like a criminal to me.
I'm actually 114 now.
Served about 10 years with it. So, so this is, but I reference that because this is the fight that we're actually engaged in. We are up against enemies that don't actually want to see what Hal just laid out as a sketch, or what the Chinese are doing with the One Belt, One Road, the cooperative relations. It's a real brawl. So I think without any further elaboration, I'll just turn it over to Mike. Thank you.
10 years gave me a lot of time to study 5,000 years of Chinese history and culture. So I'll try to convey a little bit of that today. Not 5,000 years worth. But you've heard a lot today from Lynn and Helga and on through the day about the fact that we are sitting at the brink of a total global Holocaust. We're very close to war with Russia. The decision at The Hague last week, the totally fake, non-international law decision against China, brings us closer to war with China and Asia. The world financial system, the Western financial system, is in a state of total breakdown and collapse. So you've heard this. You've also heard the alternative, which has been presented by many people, that we are looking at a new paradigm in action, in construction, centered around the Silk Road idea of Xi Jinping. And the idea that, as he has emphasized, China is anxious and willing to collaborate with the United States, what Xi Jinping calls a new model of major country relationships. But it's been totally denied by Obama as a spokesman for Wall Street, as the Western financial system is terrified that the BRICS nations, China, Russia, India, and most of the rest of Africa and South America will in fact come together around the fact that their own self-interest is the interest of the human race as a whole through development. And that this idea is leading towards this new paradigm, which we must take personal responsibility to bring the United States and Western Europe through this horrendous collapse they're going through now into that new paradigm as a basis for a new renaissance. It's this new model which is the history of every great era of development in the world. That you have in certain periods through certain great minds which inspire entire nations and entire regions a renaissance, which is not just economic, it's not just cultural, it's not just artistic, it's not just musical, it's all of those things. It's a transformation of the quality of mind of a population driven by an idea of what can and must be, often in reaction to a very, very great danger facing civilization. We've seen these renaissances in Europe with the great Italian Renaissance in the 14th and 15th century. We've seen it in China in the Sung Dynasty Renaissance under the leadership of people like Zhu Xi. And they're always creating something new. Lynn really emphasized that this morning. You have to create something new. You can't just say, well, let's redo something else. But there's a coherence between these periods of history. There's a coherence in the way people think about what has to be done to create something new. And I want to address one small part of that, which is, since especially this event is co-sponsored by Russian and Chinese and American institutions, but not just for that reason, but to address the relationship between Russia, China, and the United States from the time of the founding of the United States. And not just because it's sponsored by the Chinese and Russians, as I said, but in fact, as you've heard today, if we don't pull those three great cultures and three nations together to forge a new paradigm, then we probably will fail, and we may well have a war which will certainly be thermonuclear and a threat to civilization itself. So generally in the United States, people accept the idea that somehow Russia and China are natural adversaries or even enemies. And nothing could be further from the truth. Very few Americans know the history of the absolutely crucial role Russia and China have played in America's development, or the extremely important role that the American system, as it was developed by Alexander Hamilton and the founding fathers, or some of them anyway, the important role they play in the development of Russia and the development of modern China. And I want to address that. I want to go through a bit just exactly how the New Silk Road process reflects the American system.
That while you could say that the American system is alive and well today, but not in the United States, only in China and to some extent in Russia. And we have to bring that American system back within the United States in collaboration with those two great nations and essentially with the rest of the world, who are in almost all cases turning towards this New Silk Road idea as the basis of their future. We have to make America again the beacon of liberty and the temple of liberty and beacon of hope to the world. So to move on this, you have to start with Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz. Leibniz was a genius of the 18th century. He died in 1716. He was a absolutely key, perhaps the primary influence on the development of the thinking of Lyndon LaRouche. And not surprisingly was a very key influence on the entire founding father circles, people leading into the American Revolution and the American Republic. Much of our Declaration of Independence and Constitution come from the thinking of Leibniz, the idea of the general welfare, the idea of economics as expanding the productivity of labor. He was, in a sense, the discoverer of modern economic science. And the idea of the pursuit of happiness, which comes not from today's idea of happiness of getting high and getting laid, but the idea of freeing up the mind to creatively create a future, not just for oneself, but for the world. This idea of every human being being free to develop the creative powers that brings true joy to mankind. Leibniz was absolutely, I wouldn't say fixated, totally impassioned by the question of Russia and China. He became a very close ally of Peter the Great. He's generally accredited with being the founder of the St. Petersburg Academy of Science, which is now the Russian Academy of Sciences, one of the great centers of scientific learning in the entire world. And he worked closely with the Jesuit missionaries who had gone into China. And upon learning in his correspondence with those missionaries that China at that time was a more advanced culture in many respects, most respects, than Europe. It had larger cities, more densely populated cities, a higher level of education, a generally peaceful organization of a huge nation. And he concluded from that there was something that had to be learned from China. And I'll go into that later. But he also began publishing a journal called Novissima Sinica, slide 2, which means news from China. And he spread the word around Europe about what was going on in Asia. Is it working? Yeah, okay. So I'm going to read this. You can read along. This is from Leibniz's journal on China. I consider it a singular plan of the fates. The human cultivation and refinement should today be concentrated, as it were, in the two extremes of our continent, in Europe and in China, which adorns the Orient as Europe does the opposite edge of the earth. Perhaps supreme providence has ordained such an arrangement, so that as the most cultivated and distant peoples stretch out their arms to each other, those in between may gradually be brought to a better way of life. This is I forget the exact year, 1702, I think, or something like that. Now, Mike Ravel is a dear friend of mine, but when he said nobody had ever thought about girding the world with iron like this, it's not true. This is 300 years old. Leibniz was thinking about this. This is an idea that comes necessarily with the emergence of great minds who think about the world as a whole. So let me turn first to Russia. Leibniz worked very closely, as I said, with Peter the Great. He established the Imperial Academy of Sciences. And of course, Leibniz being a key connection to America, in that sense, you already had a Russia-American connection. But there was a direct connection as well. The first U.S. ambassador to Russia was John Quincy Adams, who was later on perhaps one of the very, very few great American presidents. And his first task as ambassador to Russia was absolutely crucial. He helped educate Tsar Alexander I on American system ideas. He tried to get the Russians to mediate the foolish and horrible War of 1812 here in the United States to try to get the British off our back, but the British didn't accept the mediation. But later on in the Civil War, the go to the third slide. That's Hamilton, John Quincy Adams, and Abraham Lincoln. In the Civil War, which you have to think about as the second American Revolution against the British. The British had made many efforts to split up the United States, to prevent the rise of the United States. That should sound familiar to our Chinese guests. Prevent the rise of China. You know, this has always been a British policy, and they were doing everything they could to split up the United States, to wage war against the United States if necessary, which they wanted to do. And in fact, when the slaveocracy, which they spawned in order to provide cheap slave labor cotton to their Manchester textile mills, when they succeeded in getting them to break away, the French and the British leaders went to Tsar Alexander II and said, join us in going down to support the Confederacy against this upstart American Northern, or actually the upstart America. Shouldn't say the North, it was America. The war was against America. So Tsar Alexander II not only said no, he said, if you proceed with this, we will consider this a casus belli. This is a justification for war of Russia against China, against the French and the British. And to prove his point, he moved the most of the Russian Atlantic fleet into New York Harbor and most of the Pacific fleet into San Francisco Harbor. That's how committed Russia was to preserving the Union and preserving America and the beacon on the hill and the Temple of Liberty. Alexander II. Yeah, no, did I say the first? No, this is this time this is Alexander II. And it was Alexander II, by the way, who liberated the serfs in Russia in 1861, which was just 2 years before Lincoln liberated the slaves in the Civil War. The next slide. This is Henry Carey and Wharton Barker. Henry Carey was the leading advisor and economist to the Lincoln circles. He came out of the Hamiltonian circles, the Ben Franklin circles, the Philadelphia-based industrialists. They were responsible for launching the Transcontinental Railroad, which was begun right in the middle of the Civil War. I mean, 1863, Lincoln understood that it was precisely this commitment to industrialization, science, technology, railroads, which made the North strong and capable of defeating this slaveocracy and the British spawned division of the country. So he launched the Transcontinental Railroad, and that was then completed later on. Henry Carey wrote a book called The Harmony of Interests, which on the domestic side, it basically said that government and the business elite and labor had a common mission and a common goal, and that the harmony between these divisions of society had to be based upon the concept that we needed to increase the productivity of labor if we were going to advance as a nation as a whole, and that the general welfare of the population, the productivity of the labor force through their enhanced education, through the ability of getting new machines and scientific and technological capacities that are put to work by a labor force, that's the basis on which a country can grow, as obvious extreme comparison to the slave labor, keep the world backwards approach of the Confederacy. So this idea of the harmony of interests, I mean, I'm very much struck by the parallel to the whole Confucian concept of harmony, which is at the very center of Confucian thinking throughout history, both by Confucius and Mencius and up through the Sung dynasty, so-called Neo-Confucians. And again, here's a direct parallel between the development of America and the Chinese culture. The next slide. This is the Transcontinental Railroad. That was 1863. Soon after the Civil War was over, Tsar Alexander called on the United States to, quote, construct a Grand Trunk Railway from the Baltic to the Sea of Okhotsk, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, the Pacific Ocean, basically. In other words, he immediately called on the U.S. to come and help build what eventually became the Trans-Siberian Railroad. That began in 1891. It was constructed on, I think it was finished in about 20 years later. It was the great Count Sergei Witte who financed and organized that entire fight. The next slide. There's the Trans-Sib. Should have put that one up first. Yeah, okay, that's good. What's the next one? What's the next slide? No, okay, go back. Go back one. As Henry Carey sponsored a send-off to a new ambassador, a guy named Andrew Curtin, to Russia in 1869. This is just 4 years after the Civil War. And one of Carey's close friends, U.S. General Joshua Owen, at that event said the following. This I like very much. We have discovered that true glory is only to be attained through the performance of great deeds, which tend to advance civilization and develop a material wealth of the people. Russia and the U.S. can cooperate in girdling the globe with a tramway of iron. Girdling the globe with a tramway of iron. That's a very powerful image. And in that way, outflank the movement made by France and England for predominance in the East through the Suez Canal, and America and Russia can dictate peace to the world. This was when America was America. Carey's ally, Wharton Barker, who you saw the picture there before, soon after this was hired by Alexander II to come to Russia and to industrialize the southern part of European Russia. That when Barker later on met with Alexander II, the first thing Alexander II said to him was, quote, "Do you think the American form of banking is appropriate for Russia?" And you can imagine what the answer was. The next slide. So this is a wonderful map. This is the world from the North Pole. So look down on this. You can see America and the gridding of the world with iron, going through the Bering Strait into Asia, down into Africa through the Middle East, as well as through Madrid into a tunnel across to the Maghreb in Africa, and then into Africa that way. A connection in southern United States where we still cannot go by rail across the Central America, building that road into South America so that you literally have every continent other than Australia connected by rail. That's the kind of image of what global peace really means. Now, skip ahead to World War II. I think everybody knows that that the U.S. and Russia and China jointly fought the Nazis and the Japanese militarists and succeeded in winning World War II. Had Roosevelt not provided the Russians with the necessary military hardware, which he did through the Lend-Lease program, it's probable that we would have lost World War II. The Russians, who gave 26 million people in that war to defeat fascism, even that could not have succeeded had it not been that the United States provided them with the necessary military hardware to fight that war. In 2007, it was the 125th anniversary of Franklin Roosevelt's birth. In Russia, across the country, there were multiple celebrations of that date. The most important one was headed by Vladimir Putin and many of his very top allies. At that event, Putin said the following. He said, Roosevelt laid out his plans for the country's development for decades in advance. He was always thinking in the future. The implementation of that plan benefited ordinary citizens and the elites, and eventually brought the U.S. to the point it is today. One of his closest advisors, Vladimir Surkov, at that same event said the following: Russia seeks a freedom from want and fear. And there are leaders and societies that inspire us. Franklin Roosevelt and America are among them. In the 20th century, Roosevelt was our industrial advisor. In the 21st century, our ideological ally. For the majority of Russians, FDR was the greatest American. And I have to say, sadly, that besides the Schiller Institute's celebration of that event, there was not a single similar event in the entirety of the United States in honor of Roosevelt's 125th birth. It's the Russians who honor the American system. The next slide. Let's go to China. We'll come back to Russia on a couple things. Of course, I think everybody knows it was the Chinese that built the Transcontinental Railroad. And a huge number of Chinese immigrated here. Most of them stayed. And despite the fact that, again, everybody knows there were periods of hideous racism and oppression, Chinese exclusion laws, and so forth. Nonetheless, this is what began the process of the melting pot from Asia and the creation of the situation we have today, where the Chinese and Asian population play such a crucial role in the United States itself. In the 1880s, Wharton Barker, the same fellow whose picture you saw, who was hired by Alexander II to help develop Russia, was hired by the Chinese government and went to China. His mission was to build a Hamiltonian banking system with federal credit, a creditary system oriented towards building railroads, building telecommunications and water projects, with the explicit stated purpose to unify China, to give them the strength to defeat the British Empire, which had not officially colonized China, but having waged two hideous opium wars against the country to force them to drug up their population, taking over their tariff systems and so forth. They basically had in fact colonized it. So that, unfortunately, at the time, the U.S. did not have the strength to combat the British Empire in Asia. We did what we could. There's a big story there, a fascinating story, but by and large, the British were able to crush that effort. But at the same time, during the 1880s, a young Chinese gentleman named Sun Yat-sen, or Sun Wen, or known by the Chinese generally as Sun Zhongshan, right? Which I think can be translated as Sun, the Chinese mountain, right? You could translate it that way, Sun Zhongshan. But Sun Yat-sen went to Hawaii with his brother to work, but he was quickly picked up through the educational system there by a family of missionaries, Samuel Damon and his son Frank. Slide 9, or the next slide. That's, whoop. Well, okay, well, there's Hamilton again. Hamilton and Lincoln and Sun Yat-sen. Well, yeah, that's the correct alliance. So he was picked up by the Damon family, who were part of this Philadelphia circle, part of the Hamiltonian circle, very, very well versed in the entire history of the American system. And they took Sun Yat-sen under their wing, trained him, educated him, and he truly learned the American system. This was not a propagandistic picture of the great America against the rest of the world. This was a detailed study of the factional wars within America, explicitly between Alexander Hamilton and the New York School, the Manhattan School, which advocated infrastructure development, education, health facilities, progress development, as against Jefferson. Jefferson, who Sun Yat-sen correctly learned was a slave-owning degenerate who is praised for having fought the British, but who was in no way interested in doing away with the British system. And he and his slave-owning South are the reason we had to fight a second revolutionary war against the British, known as the Civil War. Sun Yat-sen knew this very well. In the collection of his essays called The Three Principles of the People, which was his organizing tool throughout the monarchy, the Qing dynasty, he went through in great detail this history of America and why this Hamiltonian national banking, directed credit, and industrialization was the key to whether or not China would survive and whether the world would survive. I think many of you probably know that his Three Principles of the People came directly from Abraham Lincoln. Next slide. The three principles called the Sanminjuyi, which are, well, literally the three principles of the people, are the Minzu, which means the government of the people, or what we would think of as national sovereignty, the Minchuan, which was government by the people, a republican form of government, and the Minsheng, which is the government promoting the livelihood of the people, or what we call the general welfare. I mean, this came directly from the Gettysburg Address, from the Lincoln's government of the people, by the people, and for the people, in the speech that he gave on the battlefield of the Civil War in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, in what Helga LaRouche, by the way, considers the greatest American poem, the Gettysburg Address. And if you haven't read it in the last couple of years, or 20, 40 years, go back and read it aloud, or read it on the walls of the Lincoln Memorial in Washington. It'll move you to tears. So, so this became the basis upon which Sun organized the revolution, the creation of the Republic of China in 1911. It didn't really last that long. The British still had huge power over most of China, backed various warlords. There was a long period of warlord battles. But during that time, Sun Yat-sen took responsibility for developing a plan for the industrialization of China, which he, I think, usefully called the international development of China. Next slide. This is what he drew. This is his map. This was Sun Yat-sen's map in 1919. It was published in 1922, I think. But this was the map he drew of the rail. There's water in there too, but it's primarily rail. And I didn't bring with me the map of the Chinese rail connections today, but it's it's almost the same map. Not only is it densely connected, and I think somebody mentioned today that China is going to have every one of their major cities connected by high-speed rail by 2025. But also it has routes that go out into Central Asia and on to Europe, into the north, into Russia and Mongolia, and down the south into Southeast Asia. This was really the world land bridge map as developed by Sun Yat-sen at that time. And again, this is this expression of the American system concept, which was at the center of the liberation of China and the building of the post 1911 era. And of course, there were battles. There was the whole breakdown into the Republic, the Kuomintang versus the Communist Party, and so on. But the development policy lived through this. I would only mention that at the same time, Bertrand Russell came to China. He was sent to China by the British. Bertrand Russell, whom Lyndon LaRouche calls the most evil man of the 20th century, was the most sophisticated political agent of the British monarchy, and who came to China with the explicit purpose to destroy the work of Sun Yat-sen and the American system in China. His argument was, what's kept China back is Confucianism. What's kept China back is honoring the family. That has to be done away with. And most importantly, the Chinese should be proud of the fact that their population is happy because they're backwards. They haven't been poisoned by industrialization and development the way we in the West have been poisoned. I'm practically quoting. This is the level of evil in this man. The noble peasant, they said. So in my mind, and I've written about this, I think that was the root of the dark age in modern China known as the Cultural Revolution. It was the Bertrand Russell influence within the Communist Party and within other parts of the country, which ultimately led to that turning in on itself, which nearly destroyed the country, but from which they recovered. And thank God, because now they're back on the American system track instead of the British. So let me jump ahead now to the next slide. We've discussed here already the fact that when the Soviet Union fell, Lynn and Helge LaRouche mobilized what they called the New Silk Road through a process that ultimately became the New Silk Road. Basically, the argument being that Russia, the Soviet Union having collapsed, the only way to really end Cold War or hot war is for development, a joint development project that would bring Europe and Russia and China together. And Lynn and Helge put forward this idea for the New Silk Road. This is the first time this idea came up in public like this. At the time, the Europeans rejected it out of hand. They were more interested in keeping Russia and China as the enemy image. They wanted to move the NATO forces right up to the Russian border, which they did, which has brought us to the brink of thermonuclear war today. The Russians were being looted under the Yeltsin period. They were in no position to really accept the offer, although Lynn was working with some of the people at the Russian Academy of Sciences and others throughout that period. But the Chinese welcomed this with open arms. This was something that sparked something already there in the Chinese economy. And between the fall of the Soviet Union in the early 90s and 1996, Helge personally, working with the Chinese, organized a huge conference in Beijing in 1996 called the International Symposium on Economic Development of the Regions along the New Eurasia Continental Bridge. The Chinese chose to call it the Eurasian Land Bridge rather than the Silk Road. But this conference was a huge success. Oh, I meant to bring with me. Is my notebook right back there? Could you just bring that up for a second? Just bring the whole thing up, yeah. We published after that a very, very large, I forget how many pages, almost 300. The Eurasian Land Bridge, the New Silk Road Locomotive for Worldwide Economic Development. These are transcripts from this conference as well as some of our own writings laying out this whole proposal in some length. You've heard about Herrhausen today. I was struck as I reviewed this for this conference that right in the opening section, there's a very large picture of Herrhausen with the caption, "Under the leadership of Hilmar Cooper, who succeeded the murdered Alfred Herrhausen as the chairman of the board of Deutsche Bank, the German banking sector's traditional orientation to industrial investment has been buried." So this was very much a focus of this whole mobilization. While the Chinese embraced this, a leading state counselor, Song Jian, gave the opening speech at which he talked about the new paradigm, really. But you had at the end of the 1990s the Asia crisis, the so-called breakdown in 97, 98. That put a stall on rapid development. But nonetheless, they developed this line, and I won't go through that because you've heard and you've seen what they've developed since that time. The next slide. I was going to say a few more. Oh, this is the map we presented at that conference. Now you can see here that it had the three-line proposal, the one in the north basically rebuilding the Trans-Siberian, the one in the central going through Kazakhstan, which is now functioning, a sort of primitive version of it, but there are several lines now going back and forth from Europe to China, and they're working on upgrading it. But also a southern route that went down through Southeast Asia, through India, and into Iran, and then down into the Middle East as well as the rest of Africa. Now the next slide. I don't need to go into further detail on what Hal Cooper has given us a very, very sharp presentation, but I'll just mention that in 1996, Vladimir Putin Vladimir Putin personally organized a conference in Moscow on building the tunnel under the Bering Strait. And Lyndon LaRouche was invited to come and give a keynote address. He had to send it, and it was read for him, but he gave an address there. He was acknowledged as one of the leading forces fighting for this idea. And most importantly, Putin said at that meeting that the idea of building this tunnel under the Bering Strait was a war avoidance policy, right? That the idea of peace through development is the only way to counter the imperial war policy that was already brewing against Putin by that time. Okay, now let's go to China. I think you all know that, or no, we're back to China. I think you all know that in 2013, Xi Jinping went to Kazakhstan and announced the new Silk Road economic belt, and then the same year went to Indonesia, where he announced the 21st century maritime Silk Road. And this obviously put tremendous new impulse into this whole process. Coming out of that, the next slide, coming out of that process, Helga mandated that we here at EIR prepare this report. If you haven't seen it already, it's available in the back. This is an extraordinary project. It's 370 some pages. It basically takes Xi Jinping's idea of a new Silk Road, and we say this is great, but this has to be global. This has to be exactly what you mean by win-win for the world as a whole. It has to be inclusive, and we worked out an inclusive program. This has an extensive development for Africa, for South America, for Asia. It shows what the Chinese and others have already done in Africa in a beautiful way, but also lays out where we have to go from here. And it goes beyond the development program. It lays out what we have to do as an economic policy, why we need to work together in going to space, why we need a fusion-driven economy like Kesha was talking about. And this was immediately picked up by the Chinese. Within a year, they had on their own produced a Chinese version of this. I don't know if this is available back there, but the Chinese version was translated by the Phoenix Company and was released at Renmin University in Beijing by the Chongyang Institute for Financial Studies, who purchased the first 1,000 copies and distributed them to all of the key think tanks and government offices across China. So the Chinese recognize what this project means. They see us as a single line of reason within the West, that with whom they can have a serious dialogue. And I could say more on that, but I'll leave it for now. The only other thing I'd mention is that you see that it also has been translated into Arabic. And this is extremely important. One of the points Helga has always made is that this disaster reaped by Tony Blair and George Bush and Barack Obama in the Middle East, leaving these countries to rot under terrorist factions battling each other, and just this horror that's been created in the Middle East, and the refugee disaster which it spurred. This can only be solved through development, and we called on the Chinese to bring the Silk Road into the Middle East. And in fact, Xi Jinping traveled to Saudi Arabia, Iran, and Egypt, and this concept is now very much in the works, and the translation of the Land Bridge report into Arabic included an additional section on an extensive program for developing the Middle East. So the next slide, I think it's the last one. This is pretty much the same map you saw before. It just really lays out, you know, the red are the uncompleted sections of the land bridge, of the global land bridge project, which again is not just railroads, it's development, it's cultural exchanges, it's the development of the region, as the professor from Egypt was laying out in his proposal. So to close, let me just say that anyone who tells you that man's nature is one of perpetual conflict, or that like the British philosopher Thomas Hobbes, who said that the condition of man is a condition of every man against every man, or anyone who says that all of this is not possible because human nature won't allow it. Human nature is necessarily one of conflict. These people know nothing of history, and they know nothing of human nature. Every advance in science, as I said at the beginning, every advance in science and art and music and culture, it comes as a one, it comes as a unit. It comes from individuals who choose to delve into the working of the human mind, who study how the creative process takes place, the kind of thing Lynn was sort of hammering at this morning. And recognizing that those who seek the truth will necessarily come up with the same basic conclusions. Because there's a single truth to the universe, and if you're seeking the truth in your mind, you're going to come up with these same basic truths. This is what Leibniz learned when he got the messages from the missionaries in China. He saw, as I said before, this more advanced culture than he knew of, meant necessarily that the Chinese scientists and philosophers had come up with the basic fundamental truths about man and nature, because that's the only way you can make a successful civilization. It's not happenstance. It's because they had mastered certain fundamental truths. And it's this concept that that Leibniz laid forth, and which we have to lay forth. Leibniz then went on to study Confucius and Mencius and Zhu Xi, especially the great Sung dynasty, Zhu Xi. And he concluded that the Confucians, like the Christians, had discovered what he called the natural law that's inscribed in our hearts. And again, this is the concept of what it means to be human. And that well, in my own work, it was mentioned that I spent a few years on extended holiday. I sometimes call a sabbatical leave of 10 years. But during that time, what I worked on was, and you can find those works on the Schiller Institute website. I encourage you. I've written a number of longer studies about comparing the Western and Eastern Renaissance. But I found that the ideas of Zhu Xi and the Sung Renaissance were very, very much parallel to the great Nicholas of Cusa in Europe in the 14th century, the 15th century, whose ideas gave rise to the European Renaissance. And I think that's worth studying. It's worth thinking about how, and most people don't even know our own roots of our own culture, but studying Cusa and then studying Zhu Xi as well and the Confucian dialogue is something which I think will change your life forever. So, you know, we're facing the potential extermination of humanity through a nuclear war. And I think it's to our benefit that great discoveries by great minds are eternal. And that those eternal ideas of the American system founding fathers and the great philosophers of Russia and China and India and the United States are there. They're there to be accessed, and that if we do so, we can create a new Renaissance, which is truly a Renaissance for all mankind. So, thank you. How do you want to work it?
If people have a few questions
for me or any of the others?
Yeah, or anyone. Comments.
Or comments?
Take a few and then we can break it off. Make you want to come up here. I think my voice can develop. Everybody hear me? It's the only thing that goes into the feed. Yeah, we're doing video. It is a question for Mike. You just mentioned that Xi Jinping went to Saudi Arabia to speak and to solicit the Silk Road concept. That has me perplexed as Saudi Arabia and the lords and the
you know, that's a very good question.
You know where I'm going with it.
Yeah,
maybe
absolutely.
the rest needs to hear.
You all know
that
the 28 pages have finally been released after the years of work we did, exposing the fact that the Saudis financed and ran international terrorism, still do today, and that our last two presidents have, in fact, openly collaborated with terrorists in order to achieve their regime change. That their work with the Saudis was not just for oil, but it was for having this ugly genocidal war machine of terrorism to help bring about the overthrow of regimes that refuse to follow our dictates in Iraq and Libya and Syria.
It begs the
so
question.
why did Xi Jinping go to Saudi Arabia?
And what's the outcome?
Well, let me mention first that our land bridge report has an extremely development plan for Saudi Arabia. And what Xi Jinping took to Saudi Arabia was, here's what you have as a real alternative to your current degenerate lifestyle and the existence of your royalty. He didn't put it that way. Xi Jinping went to Poland just a few weeks ago. Poland is right now under what you could practically call a fascist leadership, being mobilized to start a war with Russia, They're sick. Xi Jinping went to Poland and said, our rail connection is now going into Warsaw. And you can sell your apples that you can't sell to Russia anymore because of these stupid sanctions that you impose on Russia, and they reimpose sanctions. You can sell your apples in China because we build a railroad that comes to your country. Here's an alternative. This is the win-win idea. The win-win idea doesn't just mean you go to your friends. The win-win idea means you go to everyone, even the people that you know are threatening civilization, and you offer a real alternative. When Xi Jinping stood up with Barack Obama at the APEC meeting in 2014, in Beijing,
I'll take my
he stood up with Barack Obama. You better believe Xi Jinping knows that Barack Obama is responsible for criminal acts across the Middle East, that he's totally capable of launching similar criminal wars, illegal wars in Asia. But he stood up and said, we're not excluding you. We want you to join us in the new Silk Road Fund. Please join us in the AIIB. And of course, Obama said no and tried to stop others from joining it. But that's not going to stop that win-win approach of these sovereign nations who know that they have the responsibility for humanity as a whole in their hands, and they do. But I think that's, I can understand why you'd ask, but that's.
Can I answer that?
Yes.
You asked the question.
Yeah.
Are you aware that Saudi Arabia is building high-speed rail lines right now? Well, you are now. There are two of them. One is on the east side of the country from Riyadh to Dhahran, and the other was from Mecca to Medina on the west. And their plan is to build a network of the entire country.
And nuclear plants.
Yes, and Russia's selling them the nuclear plants.
Yeah. Right.
I think they're hedging their bets.
So can this be?
No, let me counter that. I don't think so, Hal. I don't think it's hedging their bets. It's not like, oh, I want to be on both sides. No, it's that they know
I don't mean that.
What do you mean?
I don't mean that at all.
Oh, okay. All right.
I think they're figuring out that the British are going to lose out, and they want to survive themselves. That's what I think.
Oh, you mean the Saudis?
Yes,
the Saudis.
Exactly.
Okay, I thought you meant the Chinese. Yeah. Well, look at Turkey. Here's another example.
Yeah. Putin
played a very hard line after the Turks showed their hand and shot down that Russian plane, and the Russians went in and exposed with their own photographs how the Turks were running weapons to Al Qaeda and al-Nusra and ISIS. They blew it, they made it public, but they never closed the door to Turkey. They said, you want to be sane? Here's your opportunity. And look what happened. I mean, this incredible transformation. And whatever they're doing with the coup and the repression, that's an issue. But the attempt to start a war with Russia, or to provoke a war with Russia, along with the Ukrainians, they basically turned away and turned to Russia. So, I mean, you have to think of statecraft. It's not different from the issue of the Deutsche Bank. When Lynn called for a bailout's the wrong word, but when he said we have to have a recapitalization of Deutsche Bank, but it has to be in the context of going back to the policies of Harryhausen, to American system nation-building policies. Many of our closest supporters says, like hell, we're not going to support that damn bank. Let them go. Let them collapse. Bastards, I mean, people are enraged, especially in Europe. They're enraged at the banking system. They're killing people in swarms. They're destroying countries. But we can't just let everything go to hell. That's the imperial plan, in fact. We have to save. Yeah, that's exactly their goal, precisely. We have to save the banking. We need banks, but we need banks under American system principles, not British speculative purposes. So what's the approach? The approach is take sanity into the bank and into bankers and say, we have to return to sane banking. It's similar to what was presented today by our banker friend who's gone, I guess. An actual banking system that's based on investing in the future, in real development. So it's these same issues. We have to not just be, I was right, to hell with you. We have to say, we are going to solve these problems, and we're going to offer alternatives that can force people to come to their senses.
Hopefully that will be accompanied by some jail time for a lot of
bankers.
Wicked bankers.
Well, I would like to say, as opposed to bailing out or bailing in, if we simply do damage control, put the ship in dry dock, repair it, put it back in the water, we'll be in good shape. Do a change of command ceremony while you're at it. And America should build with bricks. You can steal that. I got it.
Oh.
More than welcome to steal that all you want.
Hi, my name is Valentina, and I'm actually Canadian of Russian and Ukrainian region. And actually, my sister lives in Western Ukraine, Eastern Ukraine, and my family lives in Russia. So I would like to thank you, first of all, for the work and for suffering we went through for your convention.
The best years of my life.
And I really enjoyed your lecture, and I learned some history. I didn't know that. I knew that Russia was one of the first countries which accepted United States, which as a country, but I didn't know that they sent even an army, and I feel proud that they did. My question is, when Soviet Union broke down, Russian people until now regret it a lot. And in fact, from the latest poll, they made at least over 70% of them, they would have liked Soviet Union. They would like to live in Soviet Union. And do you think that if Gorbachev would would take another road, instead of breaking up the country politically, would have done what China did, the world would be more at peace now than we are now?
Well, it's obviously a very complex issue. But I'll tell a little story here. Many of you know this. Before President Reagan adopted the Strategic Defense Initiative in 1983, LaRouche had, on behalf of President Reagan, begun a back-channel negotiation with the Russians on the idea, LaRouche's idea, of building a strategic, what Reagan called the Strategic Defense Initiative. We called it beam weapon defense. The idea was to stop the crazy situation in which you had the world divided between the so-called free world and so-called communist world through mutual assured destruction. This was, you can blow us up, we can blow you up, so nobody will start a war. Well, there's two horrible problems with that. One is it was used to wage genocidal colonial wars in Vietnam and in Africa, which never quite reached the point of a US-Russia war, which would be nuclear. So, it kept the lid on while the imperial powers, and in fact, the US being drawn into becoming an imperial power with the Vietnam War, carried out these looting and destruction of most of the third world. And secondly, it meant Russia and the United States could never get together because we were sitting there ready to blow each other up. So LaRouche said, that's crazy. Let's get together, work together on building a space-based particle beam and laser beam defense system that could stop missiles. And then we could be partners instead of adversaries. The Russians turned down LaRouche's offer. It's when, I'm forgetting again, Andropov came to power, who LaRouche considers a British agent. And he rejected LaRouche's offer on behalf of President Reagan. But in 1983, Reagan did announce the SDI, and he sort of hinted that he was open to working with the Russians on this, but they rejected it. LaRouche made a forecast at that time when the Russians turned him down. He said, you will collapse within 5 years, because he knew that this tremendous scientific and industrial capacity in Russia was resting on a looting process against their agricultural base and against some of the Eastern European countries, including Poland and East Germany.
Oh, yeah.
And it wouldn't survive. And he warned, you have 5 years. It took 6. In 6 years, you had the breakdown. And the year before 1989, when the wall fell, LaRouche gave a press conference in Berlin where he said the wall is going to fall down. And nobody believed him. I didn't believe him, I have to admit. I just didn't see it. LaRouche did. And he saw it for this reason, because he had this overview of what's really going on in real economies, ours and theirs. But the reason he had the press conference was not to make a prediction, but to say, we, the West, have to go to work building Poland. We have to develop Poland as an example to the Soviets that we can work together on rebuilding areas that had been looted. And in fact, Herrhausen had exactly the same proposal. I don't know if it was because he was working with Lynn or not, but the same proposal, which he was about to make in the United States when they killed him. So would the Soviet Union have collapsed? I don't know if it was up to Gorbachev so much. The problem is that our proposal, which we've discussed, the land bridge, was rejected by the West in favor of NATO's expansion and keeping Russia as the enemy image, And Yeltsin was a fool who allowed the looting of his country, the genocide. Mr. Glaziev, you probably know, Glaziev wrote a book called Genocide, which is about what was done under Yeltsin's leadership by the Western leaders who came in. So I just thank God that Putin came in and pulled the country together.
Absolutely.
And created what we now have as a, yeah, Hal.
My wife and I took the train through East Germany in October of 1981. And it was the most revealing and interesting day we probably ever had.
Train right through where?
East Germany, from Fulda to Berlin. And we made the mistake of not getting off the train at the Zoological Garden in West Berlin, and we ended up at the Friedrichstrasse. Well, we thought this is where we'll go. Well, anyway, we noticed we went over the wall when we got to before we got to the Friedrichstrasse, and there were white lines painted on the platforms, and these elderly women got off with their suitcases and they went marching over to the elevator, which was on the other side of the white line. Well, Carol and I started that, and we got to the white line, and I took one step, and the guard came over and he grabbed me, and all of a sudden I had 15 guards pointing machine guns at us. And what we saw in East Germany, going through there, lots of food, and the farmers looked like they were starving. Nobody looked like they had any expression. And I said to Carol, I said, this system isn't going to last very long. If they have to have all this security to keep this thing in place, this isn't going to last. And it took 8 years. What Michael's saying, we got to see firsthand.
So I think we'll just have one more question, but we can have discussions otherwise. And
Hi, I've been interested in this for some time. The Glass-Steagall Act really needed to be, well, never removed. It should have been re-implemented as fast as possible. But I think the situation is so critical now that we need to ask Congress to implement the banking system by power of eminent domain. Just close them down and reopen them under the power of the United States government, which is us. It's our banks. We need our Congress to do our will.
Let me commend everybody here for nobody bringing up the election. Thank God. Thank God. I will only respond by saying the fact that the Glass-Steagall bill is now on both the Republican and Democratic Party platforms has nothing to do with the candidates, and it has nothing to do with the parties. It has to do with how many years that this organization went into the Congress day after day, year after year, kicking butt and finally finding somebody with a little bit of courage, and then went to the cities and to the states. We went to the city councils and state legislatures and said, pass resolution calling on your congressman to adopt this. Everybody knows this is LaRouche, that this would never have happened without the LaRouche movement. And it's not settled, of course. It's on the platform. That represents a political movement in the United States which could not be totally crushed yet by Wall Street. But it's only going to happen if we make this movement move as strenuously as we did to force the 28 pages out, and similarly that we basically take charge of this country long before November, and certainly long before next February, when somebody is supposed to take over the presidency. We're faced with global war, thermonuclear war, this summer, weeks away. This Deutsche Bank is going under now. The whole Italian banking system is collapsing. This is going to be decided in the coming weeks and months, not sometime after some insane election between lunatics. So
Wall Street is going to be crushed also.
What?
Wall Street is going to be crushed also.
Wall Street's in,
They are not sacred cows anymore. And whatever Bernie Sanders did, he made them a target that everybody understands afterwards. And if he did nothing else, he did that. You weren't the ones on television. You may have started it, but he had to finish it because he was the one who could get out.
I'll just say this: people in this room were involved in 11 legislative districts passing resolutions. The Washington State Democratic Party passed a resolution. We were doing the work far before anybody even knew the term Glass-Steagall.
Right.
And that was nationwide, of course, but just people in this room know that fight. So, yeah. So,
In Congress, we were known as the Glass-Steagall people for many, many years.
Right.
I know there's more, and I think this would be a time to just break up and people can just have discussion.